Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ooh, this is good. Mango carton tequila. Really nice. Very, very good. Hey. What's up? You having a good time? You having a good time? Do 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 do. Do do do. Okay, back to this.
The name of the site itself was actually all they ever needed.
Alright, let's get Restream back up while we're at it.
Fiction, the adoption of the term as an umbrella name is actually supported by the history of alternate reality games, dating back to the days of the Cloudmakers and their lockjaw experiment, given to them by the very thing that started it all, the Beast. Unfiction. We know that fiction is storytelling. It's not real, it's fake, it's make-believe. Fiction is playing pretend. The prefix un literally means not. Combine the two and you get not fiction. One of the absolute core elements of this whole scene, be it a web series, fictional Twitter account, or full-on ARG, is the element of insisting in the reality of what is clearly not real. The fiction is always trying to put on the air of being not fiction. The Unfiction site itself has a glossary for terms that date back to the days of the Beast, and one of them is TINAG. This is not a game. Here's the full definition. A defining mantra of the alternate reality gaming genre, first put forth embedded in trailers for the movie AI, which spawned the original ARG, The Beast. The Blair Witch Project sold itself entirely on making people believe it was not a movie. It was not a legend. It really happened. AI artificial intelligence told players very sternly and directly in one of its own trailers, this is not a game. And every major successful effort afterward, from Cloverfield to even modern projects like Dad, insists that no matter how fictional it is, this is not a game. Chaotic fiction may only work as a label some of the time, but far more often, the idea of unfiction, this immersion-bent character playing, not fiction storytelling, is present in nearly every project that has ever come to be part of this field. Whether or not an audience member can interact with it, or is simply here to watch and puzzle things out on their own while playing make-believe. Unfiction, as a true umbrella term, works in more ways than that, however. When you think of the nature of internet storytelling projects and media that breaks its traditional boundaries to be more immersive, you can come up with a ton of adjectives that follow the pattern of the label. Unconventional, uncanny, unannounced. Unconventional fiction fits, uncanny fiction fits, and unannounced fiction absolutely fits, because one of the cardinal rules of these projects is that you never say you're just playing make-believe. Underdog and underground also fit, seeing how the majority of what appears now is made independently by creators at home, with no company supporting them. Unfiction is also unexpected, and, quite often, unpredictable. Finally, the recognition of unfiction as a catch-all term does something deeply important. It recognizes the work done by Sean Stacy, the whole website team at Unfiction, and every member of the Unforums. It pays tribute to one of the most important, impactful, and successful community hubs and champions of this entire field, honoring years of service and those who served it, used it, loved it, and supported it. We wouldn't be where we are now without Unfiction. And even if the Unforums are lost, keeping the term alive means some part of that era will always live on. ARG, weird art, web series, chaotic fiction, all those labels can work just fine, and they help out immensely with sorting and categorizing projects, helping creators and participants alike. But when we just say unfiction, we not only catch it all, we remember the origins of this field and make sure a whole period of creativity, community, and support for this effort in storytelling is never truly lost. It rolls off the tongue, it sounds cool, it serves everybody, and it keeps the memory alive. This is not a game. This is unfiction. Okay, cool. That was all very sentimental and historical. But what is unfiction in actual terms? Well, that's pretty easy. Unfiction is a realm of storytelling, mostly based on the internet, which defies conventions of the medium or website it's working with, and stays in character as much as a WWE wrestler. These wrestlers run by the rules of kayfabe. You are this character, you act as this character on camera and in person, and you do not break character in a space where you are recognizable as that character. It's the same rule for Disney park employees in costume and at Universal Studios. As long as you're in the zone of the role or wearing the costume, you don't break character. The reality of the story follows you around. That's the air of an ARG, immersive horror web series, storytelling Twitter account, and unfiction in general. Remember, this is not a game, even though it totally is. Take it from me. I, for instance, am Nick Nocturne, a shape-shifting demon taking the form of a four-eyed black cat monster, which is what my audience informed me they'd enjoy most as my form when I began doing YouTube, a job I pursued as a way to interact with society, enjoy my Earthside freedom, make a living, and still feed off human emotions and adoration without getting into the kind of trouble that would send me back to hell. As a demon, I've had way too much experience shape-shifting into forms that required me to stay in character and create unique experiences that were possible, without letting a summoner or victim know I wasn't actually the form I was taking. If you break character, you kill the vibe and it just gets the whole experience closer to every other thing in the medium you chose to tell the story. You can't just admit that you're playing pretend or being a character and have been doing that since the very beginning, even if some people don't get it and are misunderstanding it or mischaracterizing it. You would wreck everything for the people who do get it and are enjoying it. So, anytime you encounter someone or something out in the wild that seems too fake or like they're playing a character, take notice, because you might have stumbled onto some unfiction. That doesn't just go for online, that goes for celebrities too. Elvira, Lady Gaga, Eminem, Marilyn Manson. You'd be surprised how many celebrities are truly just characters that they're playing. Now, when you notice some unfiction in action, it can take you several ways. Maybe it's a web series that styles itself as a vlog from a real person who begins experiencing the paranormal, and they're just as baffled and scared as you are. Your role in this is to enjoy it in the mindset of its reality, even though it's fake. It's a game to you, but for the characters, this is not a game. So even if your position is on the outside looking in, or as someone who can only interact on social media, that's where you stand. You're a kid on the playground being accepted into a make-believe situation, so go play. Sometimes you'll have full-blown alternate reality games, which are stories that have genuine game elements, usually in the form of puzzle solving or taking a specific action. Some of these are linear and want you to be involved for the sheer enjoyment of it. Others have story segments that are influenced by viewers' actions and feedback. And some of them are chaotic fiction, with stories that are effectively written by the audience's input. The best distinction you can make is this. If there are factors that clearly require or allow direct audience involvement or action, either to influence the direction of the story or gather pieces of it hidden behind a game mechanism, like solving a code to get a YouTube link or traveling to a set of coordinates to dig up an old backpack full of documents which complete understanding of the story, it is absolutely an alternate reality game. You have to play, not just watch. If the experience will go on with or without your involvement and have an ending predetermined by the author, and you didn't need a load of external documents, videos, or minigames to understand the story, it is not an alternate reality game. It's an unfiction experience, and that stands true whether it all happened on YouTube as a web series with information and clues you can read into, or a series of info dumps using text, pictures, video, and audio across several websites. A game needs a player. An experience never will. That's the key here. Need. Plenty of experiences can and do have alternate reality game touches and elements, but if they were not needed for a viewer to reach the end, and the player or viewer interaction did not affect the outcome or story direction, it's not an alternate reality game. What it is interactive. It is unfiction. A game needs a player to reach its conclusion or bring that conclusion to the public. The story will be told whether or not someone is there interacting, and there will be no interaction gateways preventing the info from reaching the public. Let's take a look at some examples to get our bearings using a crowd favorite and a leader in the field, Wham City Comedy. Unedited footage of a bear is an unfiction experience, and there are two qualities that render it unfiction. First, the short film plays with the medium itself to break its boundaries in more ways than one, presenting an unskippable YouTube ad even though the short film first aired on TV, and then breaking the boundaries of the ad setup to launch into a horror scenario with a message, all while playing it straight. Second, the experience carries over online to an interactive form, using a web page based on ClearDrill to deliver a player into the reality of the character from the short film. So if there's a playable element, why is this not an alternate reality game? There's a whole gameplay half, isn't there? It's because you would never actually need the gameplay half in order to understand the story. The story has been told, and its message and impact delivered whether or not you ever go to the ClearDrill site. We have an unfiction project here, and it can be called an experience, because it's not just an art project, it's not just a short film, it is something that, in full, can be labeled an experience. Now, let's look at what came after. This house has people in it. This time, we absolutely do have an alternate reality game, which falls under the umbrella of unfiction by being an ARG. In This House Has People in It, we have a short film presented much in the way we were shown the ClearDrill commercial, with a sequence of events we can witness but not actually fully understand. We have a launching off point for the story here, but it is up to you, the viewer, to become a player and use information found in the short film and surrounding it to take up the real bulk of the project, which is found online. Once you get there, you have a lot of legwork to do, putting clues together, going through bits of information, watching videos, reading documents, even finding the Sculptor's Playground video in order to get the bigger picture and complete the story, which involves coming to a conclusion of what it all means based on the evidence provided. To experience This House Has People in It in full and come away with understanding, you need to play its game. How about another old crowd favorite and a giant of a field, Marble Hornets? This is absolutely unfiction, but it can be chalked up to just an unfiction web series, despite all the codes and 2the art videos. With or without you, Marble Hornets was going to tell its story, and it had a written, predetermined ending. We even had moments of Jay as a character helping viewers solve codes. None of the important code-breaking moments would be left up to viewers to progress the story. Now, compare that to Cat Ghost, which was very heavy on the web series side, but had a mini-game component for every episode released. Cat Ghost can be classified as an ARG, because at the end of the series, while you might sort of get an idea of what just happened, you're going to be a lot more in the dark than you would if you had played the games, taken notice of codes and messages in the series, and worked through other interactive touches. You can enjoy Cat Ghost on a video level purely as a glass-half-full scenario, but you would need to play for the whole experience. Going forward, always ask yourself this to determine if you've got an ARG or an unfiction project. Does it need me to take deliberate actions to truly understand or move the story forward? If the answer is yes to either condition, it's an alternate reality game. It is a reality you are interacting with in a game-like fashion for a reward or the continuation of a story. That is a game, point blank. Anything else, just call it unfiction and then whatever helps you make it specific. Unfiction web series, unfiction experience, unfiction story. You can even have unfiction albums, unfiction websites, and unfiction Twitter. If it's something like Children of the Mirror, though, or Chatham, that's not unfiction, it's just art. Sometimes it's weird art and it requires reading deeper and coming up with conclusions, but that is the way of art. If it stays within the bounds of its medium and in a line of tradition, all you have is art. You've got to remember the cardinal rule of unfiction. This is not a game. But this has been another Nightmind video. Thank you for coming by my office tonight to discuss unfiction. Please know that I'm not trying to write any rules here for a field of free expression or be this end-all be-all dictionary. This video is actually the result of talking to several other broadcasters and content explorers here on YouTube who cover ARGs and weird media, with all of us reviving the discussion of what to call all of this stuff we made videos on and keep finding. Because even as a group covering different topics, we found the ARG label just did not work for it all anymore. The end consensus was that bringing back unfiction was a really solid idea. But even beyond that, it was time to draw the distinction between what is an alternate reality game and what is not. And if something belongs in the box but is not an ARG, what do you even call it? As a community, we had to come together somehow, or we'd all keep running our separate channels using different terms and confusing the whole world. The more I thought about making an introductory and history video based on what we discussed since that conversation, the more I liked it. The ability to discern what is an ARG versus what isn't, and what to actually call things that are not ARGs, that's a problem this field has had for a while. And as you can see, it stems back for years. Giving love and honor to the legacy of unfiction while having a really suitable one-word term that rolls off the tongue, that just seems right. A form of fictional storytelling that utilizes varying measures of interaction, immersion, or multimedia delivery beyond the traditional bounds of the mediums used to conduct an experience under the role-playing premise. This is not a game. If you'd like to see more explorations and discoveries of unfiction projects, hit the subscribe button. And if you really never want to miss a new upload on Night Mind, tap that bell icon too. Thanks to all of you for viewing, and all of you who've supported the field of unfiction over the years, especially if you were ever a member of the Unforums. A special shout out to the websites that carry the torch as well, some of whom are still carrying it to this day. ARGNet, the Argonauts Podcast, the Cloudmakers, and Game Detectives. Major thanks go out to my supporters on Patreon who not only keep this field alive and myself on the air, but get their names in the end of all major videos and have access to exclusive Night Mind content too. You can sign up today for literally just $2 a month and get access to over an hour and 20 minutes of Patreon accessible videos. And that's not even counting project videos like my behind the scenes work on last year's House of Leaves series. Every amount helps empower the channel and keep it running. And if you're feeling generous, I've got higher tiers with new descriptions that reflect the changes the Patreon has undergone in the last year. Stick around to see the names of all these awesome creatures of the night. As for socials and places outside of YouTube, you can catch me active at the following. Feel free to check it anytime. I'll be glad to have you. And that's it for now, everyone. Thanks for joining me in the dark again this evening. Once more, I'm Nick Nocturne, and I'll be seeing you again with coverage of unfiction projects old and new real soon. Until then, sleep tight. Welcome, everyone. So glad you could all join me for another evening of tradition during October. Since the rollout of the public relations protocols last December and my own generous assistance efforts for the Foundation's research, I've been granted permission to keep this particular series of autumn specials going. One of the doctors has been kind enough to supply me with a singular curiosity still in the act of being assigned its number. An old volume from 1856 titled Report of the Commissioner of Patents, focusing on the Department of Agriculture, but not entirely keeping in the realm of its subject. In and among these pages, inserted between reports on crops, animals, and insects, are descriptions of several items in Foundation care. Apparently, this volume's anomalous properties work rather sporadically. There is no telling which items under Foundation care end up in the pages or when the change will occur. Though a pattern has been observed that all inclusions take the form of items related to the current interests of whoever holds the book. It's a secret catalog, you might say, catering to the needs of readers by providing forbidden reports. The changing spots have been marked, and at present moment, number 13. I've been able to correlate the descriptions with items in Foundation care, and surprisingly, have been given clearance to share all of them. It's as if the book itself knew I couldn't be shown anything we couldn't read together. The researchers have already taken note of this further anomalous trait. The report of the Commissioner of Patents has granted us material in the vein of Gothic and weird literature for studying this autumn. Tales that take an antiquarian route and provide glimpses of the grim happenings of previous times. Consider the secret catalog of the 1856 Patents Report an extremely rare pulp magazine, even down to the occasional appearance of amateur sketches related to the material. We'll begin our journey by examining a subject within that curiously reflects the volume itself. SCP-140, Keter Class. SCP-140 is a hardcover book of black binding and a continuously growing number of white pages titled A Chronicle of the Davis.
You have way more
printed in
shiny
the early
feathers now.
1900s. The inside cover is signed by the author, whose signature cannot be read. All readers describe SCP-140 as fascinating and wish to continue reading past whatever point they stop, even though its content is highly unsettling. Readers admit to feelings of paranoia, unease, and occasional nausea while studying the volume, and 1 in 15 readers claim it has a faint odor of dried blood. According to the Foundation report, SCP-140 is a detailed account of an ancient civilization originating in what is now south-central Siberia, identified as the Davites. Although, like all cultures, the Davites evolved and changed over time, they appear to have exhibited unusual continuity. Universal fixtures of the Davite culture in all periods included militarism, conquest, ancestor worship, urban centers ruling over large slave populations, gruesome human sacrifice, and the practice of apparently efficacious thaumaturgic rituals. A variety of relics and creatures produced by the Davite culture would be abnormal or dangerous enough, if the account is to be believed, to qualify for containment in their own right. If SCP-140 comes into contact with any fluid suitable for writing, including human blood, the account of the Davite civilization's history expands. Human blood appears the most potent of possible writing substances, but in any case, the amount of new material does not correspond proportionately to the fluids introduced. Although these new segments sometimes include new descriptions of rituals or cultural traits or illustrations of previously covered material, they more frequently include new, more recent accounts of information chronicling the continued history of the Davite civilization or descriptions of new individuals and artifacts. Formerly decisive defeats become setbacks. New persons and events are inserted. Foundation archaeologists have discovered corresponding new artifacts and traces of the Davite civilization in applicable locations and strata, in some cases found in dig sites that had already been thoroughly explored. Although at times the Davites were a collection of city-states, they appear to have consistently returned to imperialism under a theocratic aristocracy, the Deva, practitioners of cannibalism and thaumaturgy. The book was originally discovered in the office of a deceased historian, along with the body of the man himself. Though his wrists were cut, his death was accidental. He had bled himself dry feeding the book, evidenced by a single note he was able to make before expiring. I have to know. I'm sorry. Within 15 meters of SCP-140, all books related to the history of the territory in which it was found have become blank. Many of the copies produced for the original batch in the early 1900s have shared the same fate. It seemed the texts of other books have been drawn to feed the growing volume. The number of copies was already limited, having been self-published in a group of just over 40 by a wealthy hobbyist whose signature matches the one found inside the cover. This individual, the presumed author, is known as SCP-140-A. There are 2 addendums of further note for this record, 140-D and 140-E. The researcher's journal indicates that upon his initial reading of SCP-140, it ended with the almost utter destruction of the Davite civilization and the genocide of all known Deva by the forces of Chinese General Qin Kai. As a result of subsequent containment breaches, including those detailed in the journal, copious quantities of new material have been added, describing survivors regrouping and migrating to another region of central Siberia, rebuilding their empire steadily, and continuing to advance culturally and technologically. At present, the empire is described as having finally been crushed by Genghis Khan during the early period of his conquests, although the fates of many important persons and several cities remain ambiguous. Foundation archaeologists will be dispatched for investigation and research. After the incident at a dig site resulting in numerous casualties, all Foundation archaeologists excavating sites of suspected Davite artifacts or ruins are to be accompanied by a fully armed security team. SCP-140-1 has been neutralized. SCP-140-2 remains at large. All other anomalous contacts and artifacts were destroyed when the dig site was struck by a cruise missile. An investigation into the possible involvement of SCP-140-A or their agents in the aftermath of events is ongoing. It's a never-ending story, as long as you keep feeding the beast. Given enough sacrifices as payment to continue the tale, one could see the rise and fall of the Devas reach an eventual form of stability within more recent eras, and devastate the story of the world as we know it, all the way up to modern times. Best to leave this history lesson unread. Our next item concerning books is much less horrifying, depending on how you feel about libraries. SCP-3267 is one such location, found in the UK. and constructed during the late 1800s. 10,267 books are currently found within, each with a handwritten name on the cover. Each name can be traced to records of deceased people from a collective location, redacted in the report. While inside 3267, one can experience any of the following anomalies. At movement speeds above 16 kilometers an hour, a soft, invisible barrier manifests in front of the subject and then disappears. If human speech exceeds 30 decibels, they are rendered unable to speak for 30 seconds. Any book taken from its shelf and placed in the wrong spot will bind itself to the reader's hand. This effect only ceases when the book is returned to the correct position it was found. Profanity results in a bar of soap manifesting in the speaker's mouth. It can be removed and disappears after 30 seconds. Damage done purposely to any book will immediately be reversed, and the person attempting damage will feel a sharp pain in the back of their hands, as if struck. This feeling fades after roughly 4 minutes. All books within the library are referred to as SCP-3267-1. 3267-2 is an entity capable of assembling books into a humanoid figure resembling a female in a dress. 3267-2 increases in size and detail proportional with the number of books composing it. This entity is believed to possess the consciousness of Elizabeth Cooper, the original owner and librarian of SCP-3267. It is capable of movement and communicates by manifesting text on the book that acts as its face. 3267-2 is fluent in English, using an old dialect from the Victorian era. It has only been observed at night, adding new 3267-1 instances to the shelving. Investigations of the library using D-Class personnel revealed further anomalies. A spatial rift allowing access to an office, where an entity named David demanded to know where his son Stephen was and acknowledged the presence of Elizabeth. Albert Cooper, previous owner of the building before the Foundation took over, confirmed the identities of David and Stephen, as well as Elizabeth, his late aunt. Haunted libraries are special occurrences, aren't they? The SCP has the building open for public access in accordance with the final effect it produces, a severe desire to welcome others inside. Just do mind your manners if you visit, and watch your tongue. Our third item is beautiful in appearance, and may be so even in tone, but you would do better without its presence in your home. SCP-224, the Grandfather Clock, is exactly as it seems. A wooden grandfather clock, accented with a black lacquer and gold leaf. Markings remotely observed date its origin at the end of the 19th century. No internal examination of its components has been done. The density and construction of its gears make method of function impossible to interpret. The hands of the clock do not move with any known consistency, though the tendency seems to be generally clockwise. Additionally, chimes occur at non-regular intervals, ranging from approximately 1 minute to several months. To further complicate matters, the numbers on the clock also have a tendency to move and shift, though they generally retain ascending order. Each chime has an anomalous acoustic signature that causes a drastic localized temporal acceleration. People and objects in range of the sound begin to age. The amount of time is not consistent with the chimes, ranging from essentially inconsequential amounts to several years, though the amount aged during any single event is consistent for all objects within the field of effect. SCP-224 was originally found in an antique shop and purchased by a visitor as a gift for his wife. When brought home and wound up, the anomalous properties were noticed, though not acted upon, both apparently considering the object broken. Their bodies were discovered in the collapsed house 2 days later, aged significantly. Foundation personnel took interest, and SCP-224 was subsequently recovered. 2 agents were unfortunately lost following exposure during transportation. There is one catalog incident related to this item. Today, I have the pleasure of informing Agent Redacted that he is to be given retirement pay and is free to leave active duty as of this evening. It was not initially approved by the director until I explained the circumstances. Agent Redacted, who is the father of Alice and husband of Mary Lee, was walking past the SCP-224 containment facility on Friday, March 17th. He was reporting to Supervisor's office to deliver the final report on another SCP, which he was instrumental in helping acquire. Because SCP-224's effect is so unpredictable, he had no way of knowing that the object had activated until the acoustic dampening equipment failed, leading to the collapse of the wall. At this time, the agent was exposed to 7 iterations of SCP-224's effects. The first one saw him age into his mid-30s. Those of you who have seen the video are aware that this was not a drastic change. However, by the second exposure, he was now well into his 40s. There was significant graying of hair. By the third iteration, he was balding, and we estimate his age reached into the early 60s. By the fourth, his skin had noticeably wrinkled, with liver spots appearing in several places. By the sixth iteration, the agent collapsed due to a broken hip, fracturing several ribs and his left arm. It was at this time that he lost control of his bowels and bladder. When the seventh iteration ended, containment had to be manually re-established. At this time, the agent is estimated to be over 100 years old. As a note, the agent volunteered for termination and examination of SCP-224's effects, should the retirement pay he was now technically entitled to be rewarded to his family. I heartily thank the director and the agent for giving us this opportunity to study SCP-224's effects. I hope you'll remember in the future that, while some SCPs kill immediately, others do not. Others leave lingering effects that have ramifications for the people and the families of the people who are subjected to them. And with that grim note, I'd say it's time to move on. Our next item is another object, just as tall, dark, and wooden as the previous. A coffin. SCP-895 is an ornate oak coffin recovered from a mortuary by SCP personnel on following reports of unusual footage captured by surveillance equipment. When questioned, mortuary staff were unable to determine the source of SCP-895 and how it was transported to the location. Upon attempting to open SCP-895, agents on location found the object empty. However, observers viewing the live camera feed suffered an effect that has been expunged from the record. Until further notice, SCP-895 must remain closed at all times. SCP-895 causes disruptions in video and photographic surveillance equipment within 50 meters, similar to vivid, disturbing hallucinations with variable direction and regularity corresponding to the camera's proximity. Within a range of 5 meters from SCP-895, footage captured can cause severe psychological trauma and hysteria in most subjects. These disruptions do not extend to observers physically present within the area. Addendum 895-01 is an audio recording of an incident attached to the record. The recovery team for 895 follows instructions from command, who first reports blood on the walls, followed by the disappearance of the coffin, who then reappears and is said to be moving, though the team on the ground report no such thing. Command's final bit of audio is reported as sounds of screaming and retching. Another addendum notes that the incident resulted in the loss of 3 personnel members. Usually, surveillance equipment is meant to capture events in life, but how do you deal with something that only exists in video form? Chalk this item up to a web series that we're all better off never seeing come to pass. Next up, we take a journey to visit a peculiar object that will move whether or not the camera's watching. SCP-1851 is not particularly violent, but is absolutely capable of being dangerous. This 5-foot doll with brown hair and blue eyes is the caretaker and sentry of a home situated in a redacted location. She performs all manner of house and lawn work, tending the interior and the grounds, which includes special treatment regarding living creatures. Mammals and birds that come across the property will be taken inside the home, at which point its body will transform, changing to resemble a toy. The initial stage of the conversion is the shrinking of the subject, ending when the subject shrinks to 1/10 of its size. The subject's internal mass becomes either a hollow cavity or cotton, based on analysis of discarded SCP-1851-1. The subject's skin is converted into porcelain or plastic if made hollow, or cloth if filled with cotton. After evaluating SCP-1851-1, SCP-1851 will either store the object in a toy box in the nursery or discard it. Attempts to retrieve instances of SCP-1851-1 that have not been discarded have resulted in the destruction of 2 rovers and 3 drones. Retrieval of discarded instances have yielded no reaction from SCP-1851. After the process is completed, 1851 returns to its typical behavior. If 1851 does not have any interactions with a new instance of 1851-1 for approximately 7 days, it will actively seek organisms for the conversion process. A record is attached to the report detailing an interview with 1851 by researcher Julia. It is revealed the doll can in fact speak, and claims that she's keeping the house clean for the return of her family. The singing that researchers heard coming from the estate, which prompted the interview, is due to the doll's happiness at the approaching special day, the young mistress's birthday. It turns out that all the dolls made of living creatures that had crossed along were meant to be gifts for the family's daughter. Researcher Julia asked if the doll considered it possible that the family may not return. She replied, "Of course not. When I was assigned to this family, it was with the express promise that it was a temporary position. My family will return soon enough. Until then, I will continue in my duties." Julia asked what those duties include, but was immediately told to leave. As the doll left to continue her work, Julia spotted an inscription written on her back. To my beloved daughter, I know I can't be there for you, and I am sorry. I wish I could. I hope this will help. To date, human examples of 1851's doll collection have not been found, but it is assumed by researchers after seeing far too much in their years at the Foundation that careless assumption could result in the grim honor of setting a precedent. Our next home contains an occupant that could easily empathize with 1851, though for very different reasons. Located in the farmland-dotted woods of New Jersey lies SCP-3606, a two-story house resembling a cabin. Visitors to this location will immediately find upon approach that most of the plants and trees have died or are in the process of withering away. The first anomalous effect of 3606 is the continuous rotting, decaying, and deterioration of all organic life. This effect can begin working on any living creature to cross the property in as little time as 7 minutes. The rate of deterioration will bring death within about 12 hours. Only one being is immune to this effect, SCP-3603-A, a man named August Mays, who has lived in the home his entire life, many years of which have been frozen in time, as Mr. Mays stopped aging from the onset of anomalous activity. This comes with a severe price. When SCP-3606-A moves more than 3 meters from the home, he will fall into a catatonic stupor that only reverses upon reintroduction to SCP-3606. As these episodes cause 3606-A extreme pain and distress, he is permitted to reside in 3606. Mr. Mays experiences regular dreams featuring an individual referred to by a name redacted from the report, whose appearance resembles 3606-B. He also reports waking hallucinations consistent with these dreams. 3606-A is obsessed with 3606-B, spending the majority of his spare time producing artistic works that depict him in some manner. 3606-A exhibits a variety of intense emotional responses towards 3606-B, most commonly those of love and reverence, though he often has difficulty expressing these emotions or his thoughts on 3606-B. The home, SCP-3606, was built in 1928 and displayed no anomalous properties until June 18, 1951. Several days earlier, 3606-A's mother and younger sister, both residents of the house, were hospitalized. This ultimately proved lethal in both cases. Additionally, several minor earthquakes were detected with those of 3606-A, as well as the period before containment was established. 3606-B is a human male of indeterminate age located 8 meters below SCP-3606's foundation, at the bottom of an apparently natural stone pit. Records from the house's construction make no mention of such a pit, and SCP-3606-A is unaware of 3606-B's presence. 3606-B resides in a stone coffin-shaped depression in the bedrock. Imaging indicates the existence of an additional liquid-filled cavity of indeterminate size beneath this coffin, though this has not been manually confirmed. While SCP-3606-B is alive, it has shown no need for sustenance, and possesses no higher brain activity. It is fused to the interior of its coffin at several points, with essential organ systems extending at least 3 meters into the surrounding rock. Extracting 3606-B from its present location is not considered feasible. Furthermore, excavation of the area underneath or around 3606-B's coffin carries a significant risk of injuring or killing 3606-B. The next body on our list is, naturally, just as horribly alive as our previous entry, but under even more unusual means. SCP-4586 is a mobile human skeleton wearing a 19th century era suit, matching black shoes, black gloves, a top hat, and a decorative wooden cane. Despite the lack of necessary organs, subject possesses viral and auditory capabilities similar to that of a normal person. While it is still unknown how the specimen is able to hear, tests have confirmed that SCP-4586 is capable of seeing through its only eye, located on the left socket of its skull. Subject cannot see through its right eye, and its respective socket and nose have been covered with a black material believed to be a polymer of unknown composition. Additionally, while it lacks both muscular tissues and an apparent nervous system, 4586 can walk and run at average speeds. SCP-4586 claims to be Dr. Robert Mirthwallen, born in 1830 in New York. The entity is capable of providing a detailed biography of Dr. Mirthwallen's life. However, should it be questioned about certain events or details, 4586 appears to purposely provide vague answers, and should it be pressed to reveal more, it either attempts to switch the topic at hand or it refuses to answer. Records from the Mirth Wallen family reveal that Robert was a reclusive individual who dedicated much of his life and his family's wealth to his scientific pursuits. In April of 1867, Dr. Mirth Wallen was reported missing, before presumed dead in June of that year. Extensive interviews with the apparent Dr. Mirth Wallen revealed slowly the reasons for his transformation and the work that he was involved with. Previously an occult scientist working for a group called The Factory, Mirth Wallen fled the Orient's ultimate aims of evil. He then pursued a form of immortality to spend however many years it would take to bring down his former employer, who utilizes torture and blood magic to create their products. Named the Gentleman Skeleton by the researchers, Mirth Wallen is actually quite helpful to the Foundation's work, particularly in their pursuit to stop the work done by the Factory. He is, however, quite the unsettling sight to behold. Speaking of anomalous items and blood, let's turn to our next entry, SCP-3041, the Red Knife. On February 15, 1987, historical collector and recluse Daniel Crenshaw ended his life, leaving behind a vast assortment of antiques. Also left behind was this note, explaining the reason for his demise. The nightmare began a year ago, and it still won't stop. In it, my arm is wet with blood, the knife in hand, glittering like a brilliant, shiny ruby. My heart beats like a drum. Before me, I see the faces of strangers, contorted in agony, screaming for mercy. A woman, a man, children, 3 girls and a little baby boy. I do not know them. I cut them open. I cut them open, and then I eat their hearts. I know it's just a nightmare, but it feels so real, so vivid, and there are times when I swear I can taste raw meat on the back of my tongue, when I can feel it slide down my throat, into my belly. I've lived a long, lonely life. I have never known friends or family, so why do I live in a house with so many rooms? Why does each room fill me with guilt and dread? Why can't I bring myself to go down to my basement? Why does it smell like rotting flesh? And why do I own a crib? My nightmare took place under the house. I've never gone down to look. I'm too afraid. If you're reading this, then you'll have to look for me. Maybe you'll find nothing. I pray you find nothing. Either I'm crazy or I'm the devil. Please, God, let me be crazy. A thorough investigation of Crenshaw's basement revealed nothing. No crib, no remains. But there was an overpowering odor of rancid meat. It was only after experiencing similar dreams that the researcher going through the antique collection realized one of the items was anomalous. An iron knife with a hilt wrapped in braided leather, the blade seemingly rusted over, and the entire weapon smelling of spoiled meat. This knife, SCP-3041, will only work on those who have held it. Once activated, subjects will eventually experience a dream wherein they use 3041 to attack one or more persons, removing and consuming their hearts. This dream is sent wherever the subject initially held 3041, and typically involves victims one would expect to find in this setting. In all cases, subjects do not recognize their victims. No victim is known to correlate with an actual person, alive or dead. Subjects will often continue to have recurrences of this dream with little variation. No amnestics reduce or even eliminate these occurrences. Most subjects continue to show signs of emotional distress, guilt, and psychological trauma associated with PTSD. SCP-3041's effect can be triggered multiple times, producing new dreams in each case. Testing rounds by a researcher revealed further anomalous properties. The knife led the Foundation operative to submit several requests from more than one D-Class personnel member to occupy the room with the knife holder, but they have no memory of having done this. Requests began in earnest after the D-Class used for the knife experiment reported nightmares about attacking and devouring the hearts of 2 other D-Class members. No members of D-Class or the research team were harmed, but there was a stench of rotting meat that plagued the testing room in the wake of the experiments. Our next stop takes us outside the realm of nightmares and into a very real case of horror. SCP-1461 is reported as an English manor from the year 1890 with 2 levels, which contain 12 bedrooms, 4 baths, 3 studies, a ballroom, library, kitchen, and pantry. There is nothing abnormal to be found here. The basement, however, is a different story. Several sublevels exist below the manor, constructed with no discernible sense of logic. Stairs lead into nothing. Doors open to bare walls. Pipes and odd forms of machinery are found throughout, fueled by corrosive black substance unknown to the Foundation. Anomalous artifacts have also been discovered among the mazes of pipes, gears, pistons, and monsters. 57 humanoid entities exist inside the facility, augmented with crude mechanical implants. Each instance of 1461-1 has been uniquely augmented, with little uniformity between them. The majority have been augmented with metallic teeth and claw-like protrusions on their hands, giving them lethal close-quarters compatibility. Other augmentations include iron bolts haphazardly grafted to the subject's bones, severe reinforcement to the spinal column, and the replacement of one or more organs with prosthetic equivalents. SCP-1461-1 appears to possess no higher brain functions or retain any sense of self, acting entirely on canine levels of instinct and intelligence. Instances stick to 1 or 2 unit groups, build easily hidden or defensible nests, and attempt to collect food cannibalized from one another or from intruding Foundation staff. All instances of SCP-1461-1 are considered extremely hostile. It is theorized that SCP-1461 itself may command 1461-1. The speaking tube system throughout the facility has been observed emitting loud metallic shrieks that cause SCP-1461-1 to retreat from an area. In other encounters, metallic odor identified to be blood filters through the ventilation system, drawing SCP-1461-1 to the marked location. The frequency and accuracy at which SCP-1461 scent marks
Are you listening to Nick Nocturne?
Foundation personnel
Yes,
suggest
I
some
am.
kind of guiding, hostile intelligence. At least 4 instances of SCP-1461-1 have received additional augmentation, replacing their esophagus and lungs with a phonograph device powered by 1461-1's own motions. These phonographs emit a constant, repeating stream of speech peppered with religious symbolism, but has provided no clues as to its creator or purpose. Records indicate that the manor was owned by a World War I veteran dismissed from combat after an injury during battle. After recovery, he built SCP-1461 with a sense of bitterness towards humanity and saw a form of escape from the world. It was believed he had anywhere from 50 to 100 employees assisting, who later formed a cult inside the manor. In November of 1941, the building vanished and later reappeared, with the monstrous sublevels now in existence. A phonograph recording was taken from the facility during initial Foundation research trips. This is one example of what could be heard through the speaker system of SCP-1461. I am what you have made me. I am choice, and I am tyranny. Forgive me. I am then, and I am now. What gods they will be then. I am evil, and I am flesh. I am the trap. I am the trapped. I am beauty, and I am chaos. Children are selfish. I am a worm. I have broken God. Before we exit the neighborhood of horrors presented to us by this volume, we must make one more stop. The final home on this street, SCP-717, is no longer intact. Here there once stood an elegant Victorian, but now there are only sad ruins. Among the remains, you can find a guest bedroom on the 2nd story, occupied by a white cloth mannequin sitting in front of a table. This mannequin is known as SCP-717-1, and at all times, a lamp, a set of writing implements, large block letters, and a modified Ouija board must be kept on the table in front of it. No other items are to be placed on this table. If SCP-717-1 shows signs of movement, one staff member is to sit at the table and remain in the room with it. The staff member present must turn on the lamp and point out the word wait on the modified Ouija board, then immediately shut the lamp off. Staff is advised to remain quiet and breathe steadily until relieved. 717-2 is sealed behind a titanium alloy vault door. It is mounted on the wall behind SCP-717-1.
How's it going?
The vault is to
It
remain
is
sealed
good.
per mutual agreement. If any whistling is heard from the vault, maintenance must be performed immediately to prevent a breach. If the 717-2 vault is breached from the far side, it is to be considered a hostile act. Communication with 717 is to immediately cease, and staff are to equip weapons to repel invaders. This unnerving setup is explained by an incident log attached to the report, the testimony of a 17-year-old survivor of a visit to this house. We came to this house because we heard all the old rumors about it, about the old cult that used to worship in its basement, and we planned to see if we could use our Ouija board to contact the spirits here. At first, all we found was construction stuff, and the whole place smelled of paint. We looked around in the basement, and a lot of the furniture had been moved down there and covered with sheets, and I remember seeing it there now that I think about it. The dummy. It was hanging on a hook, leaning against a wardrobe. We all laughed at it, thought it was a ghost at first. and we went upstairs and lit some candles and got out the board. Right away, it got really, really cold. We started asking questions, and every answer we got was, "Get out." The survivor continues, saying another member of the seance grabbed the pointer and was directed to the word "stop" over and over. She said her hands were numb and she couldn't move them on her own. The candles were flickering, but there were shadows on the board that weren't moving.
That's
then
good.
There was this loud banging in
I
the
came
basement.
back to
I got
learn
up to
while I
run
worked
my
on my
trips.
textbook
I passed when
exercises.
the panels
Hello
got
now.
knocked over.
Nice.
All the fresh paint and fumes. There was something dark staining the wallpaper, and it started peeling away all over the room. I think there was writing under the paper. Some of it was already there. This wind came from nowhere, like everything was being sucked towards the dark spot on the wall, but it just made the flames get bigger. The flames were between me and the others. That's why The survivor paused. When their ability to speak returned, they reported that it came through the wall, and one of her friends just broke. Like a statue, like she was frozen. It was like waves of black curtains blowing out of the wall, and there was this wailing. There were hands and faces and other things grabbing at the others, smothering them, but they couldn't get through the flames to me. I ran downstairs, and the basement door was slamming open and shut. I had to pass it to get to the front door, and that thing, the dummy, it skittered up the stairs like a bug, and its hands were covered with blood. It was climbing the walls, and it tore at all the wallpaper, smearing that blood all over. It wouldn't let me leave. It never touched me, but it would get in my way. Make me look at it. It wrote, "Stop, stop, stop," all over the walls and doors. The fire was coming closer, so I shoved at it. It started burning, and then it was bleeding. Blood was gushing from its stomach and face while it tried to crawl out of the fire. Some of its blood got on me as I ran out the door. I could see the fire trucks coming, but when they came, the firemen ran right past me. They didn't see me where I fell in the bushes, and they never came back out. I didn't feel it at the time, but that thing's blood, it made my legs numb. They're broken too, aren't they? They broke apart, like hers did. Please tell me. The doctors won't let me look. The report indicates that the survivor was given Class A amnestics, and the remains of her legs had to be amputated. Tissue damage was consistent with the frozen remains recovered from the ashes. The mannequin showed no unusual properties after being removed from the site of SCP-717. The stains on its hands were from black paint found in the basement, not blood. No unexpected substance was found in its material. Contact was established with the SCP-717
What are we listening to?
entity.
This is Nightmine. It is a guy. Let's see, let me pause it.
30 years until it became active.
Nightmine is a guy who goes by the name Nick Nocturne, and he does a series where he covers different unfiction. So right now he's reading off segments of the SAP Foundation. Hey, don't pet me. Where he's just his whole channel is dedicated to exploring instances of unfiction across the internet, where people write stuff with kind of that, but it's actually real, feel to it, where it's often horror. There's aspects of story to uncover inside of it. Hey.
Cool, awesome.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, so I definitely recommend listening to him. He's got a lot of videos dedicated to stuff. But yeah, every so often he'll do a reading of different SCPs. Because the SCP wiki is probably the best known version of unfiction, besides I don't know, Slender Man, that kind of thing. He always prefers to find new stuff to introduce people to.
What's his name on YouTube?
Night Mind. Look up Night Mind.
Found him.
Yep. Definitely subscribe to him. He's really interesting. He won't, like, if you were to, like, hit the bell on that guy, he's not going to flood your notifications with bullshit. He's got a really pleasant voice. And yeah, it's like, if you're interested in the topic, like, he's a really good entry point.
Ty always looks for something to listen to.
Yeah.
Tip to negotiate the cessation of certain activities. Under no circumstances
Having a
are
pack.
any containment staff to enter into negotiations
Having
with
a pack.
SCP-717. From the streets now we depart and head far across the rippling horizon of the sea to another abandoned relic. The HMS Tiresias, a ship that should have stopped sailing
I
ages
subbed
ago.
him.
Labeled
Awesome.
SCP-1260, the Tiresias is an 18th century 42 gun of the Royal Navy adrift in the South Pacific Ocean. Aboard SCP-1260 reside the skeletal remains of the ship's original 224 crewmen, in addition to a total of 64 other individuals, and the 9 Foundation agents lost during Exploration 1. The majority of these remains lie fully intact upon the ship's gun decks or within SCP-1260's hull. All clothing and equipment recovered from 1260 continue to function as normal
What?
despite age and environmental exposure. 20 minutes
What?
following any boarding of 1260, a large bank of fog will begin to gather around the ship with a radius of 1 kilometer. This fog fully encloses the ship an additional 15 minutes later, at which point all electronic devices aboard issuing a transmission will cease to function. Any subject still aboard SCP-1260 at this time will become
What are you snapping your beak
irretrievable.
for?
The fog will dissipate 10 minutes
Beep.
after SCP-1260 is fully enveloped. At this point, the subject will have vanished along with anything aboard the ship at the time of encasement. 1260 will reappear in a random site in the next major ocean 2 to 12 weeks later, moving from east to west as it circles the globe. At this time, all human life aboard the ship at the time of its disappearance will be among the skeletal remains. The extent of these anomalous effects were discovered during a Foundation attempt to explore the Tiresias. While the research team did suffer its effects, Team Leader Bell was able to leave a diary of the experience that followed the closing in of the fog, recovered by Research Team 2. It was written on the back of the captain's log, the target of recovery for Team 1. I'm writing this in the event that we aren't able to provide a debriefing in person. We found the damn thing stuffed in a pond in the cruise mess. We remained encased in fog God knows how long before it dissipated. We were then spit out in a different place, though I can't say where. The sea is black as ink. Our lights don't penetrate the surface, so we have no idea what lurks below. The sky is also pitch black, no stars or moon. The only light source available aside our flashlights is a bright glow coming from the top of the main mast. Amy climbed up there to take a look, but there was nothing there. For the time being, we are going to explore the ship. Maybe we'll find something that'll give us an idea of what to do next. We heard whispers today. They were very soothing at first, but now they seem off. None of us can make out where they are coming from, but what they say to us is crystal clear. They called to James by name. They asked him about his family. He attempted to respond, but they never replied. We can see another light in the distance. The voices are coming from that direction. There is a breeze here, so maybe we'll try to sail. Hammond and Gray are now dead. Both had their names called and both withered away. There's not a thing we can do. They just fell apart in front of me. Now the whispers have started laughing. The light in the distance is getting closer. Beyond that, 4 other lights have appeared. I'm hoping we arrive before those things begin to call me. We arrived at the light today. It was another ship, some merchant frigate from the 20th century or something like that. We managed to board it. Skeletons. Just like with the Tiresias. They were skeletons. It was then the whispers became cackles, and we saw at least another 10 lights begin to burn in the distance. They seem to come from every damn direction now. Even worse, the whispers have started calling my name. The rest of the team is staying away from me. I don't want to die. They ask me about my daughter and my wife. They ask me if I miss them, and if I'm strong enough to see them again. I have tried to respond, but they don't reply. I don't know what they want from me. I screamed at the sky for hours. They never responded. I have personally flipped through the captain's log, but there is absolutely nothing here to indicate the captain or the crew had anything to do with this. The final log puts the crew on a mission to investigate pirate attacks in the East Indian Ocean with good conditions. I've placed myself against the main mast with the log in my hands. I hope the Foundation learns something. I hope our deaths expanded that scientific horizon. From the roiling waters of the sea, we travel north, all the way to a place where the ocean calms and becomes still. Where, hopefully, anything can become still. Our new location is Antarctica, home to SCP-2764, a massive biological entity of unknown origin. Its height measures to be approximately 382 meters. It is estimated to weigh over 150,000 metric tons. The entity possesses between 75 to 85 tentacular appendages extending from the ventral region of its body. The organism appears to move as if it were a quadrupedal animal. That is, the ventral cavity of its body faces the ground and the dorsal cavity faces the opposite direction. The organism also appears to have a cranial extrusion which is hypothesized to contain its brain, but there is no backing data for this, and the only organs visible on this head are its eyes, of which it possesses 4, 2 on each half of the facial region. SCP-2764 possesses the ability to telepathically communicate. The language in which it communicates is dependent on the listener. 2764, however, does not appear to understand any messages it may receive in response. 2764's size does not appear to follow Euclidean geometry. That is, one cannot distinguish the organism's true size based on simply looking at it, as the creature will often appear to be many times smaller or larger than estimates determine it to be. There is a critical zone which lies approximately 50 kilometers in diameter from SCP-2764. 2764's appendages appear to rapidly translocate themselves inexplicably. They will also transpose with each other's positions in space at very rapid intervals. Whether this has a relation to the previous anomaly mentioned is, as of yet, unknown. Lastly, and perhaps most noteworthy, 2764's position will flicker on occasion, though the frequency of this event is unknown, as it appears to occur on a completely unsystematic basis. The location of 2764 has never flickered further than 25 kilometers, and the object has always flickered back to its original location within 48 hours. Investigative logs were taken by Captain Mann of the Foundation's Mobile Task Force 805, spanning the course of 11 days. On day 1, he confirmed the reports of visuals pertaining to SCP-2764. It was on day 2 that anomalous effects began. Last night, as I tried to sleep, I kept hearing a strange voice. While I cannot currently recall what it was saying, I am sure it has something to do with the beast out there. I personally see no other explanation, as I was alone, and I have no history of hearing voices. Day 2, afternoon. I've gathered a few volunteers from the task force. Our job is to secure the anomaly until the main guards can get here, not research it, so I won't be forcing anyone to come along with me. But it's not against my orders to carry out some extra research, and I wouldn't mind having some other folks investigating with me. Always better to have more than one person when it comes to witnessing events. Day 2, evening. I'm hearing this voice again. It is currently about 10 o'clock p.m., and I'm trying to comprehend what it is saying. It's like it's speaking English, and I know it is, but I just can't work out what it's saying. Day 3. One of the guys that volunteered came to my tent in the early hours of the morning and said he couldn't go through with it. I told him that it was fine, that I don't blame him. When I asked him why he changed his mind, though, he told me that he had been hearing something talking to him last night and suspected that it was connected to the anomaly. When I heard about this, I asked him if he knew what it was saying. He said that he couldn't recall exactly what it was saying, but its words evoked a terrible fear in him that he never wished to experience again. When I inquired, he also stated that it was speaking English, but again, he can't recall what it's saying exactly. I then revealed that I too had been hearing voices, but had not been terrified by them. This did not convince him to stay on the exploration team with us, but it seemed to comfort him that he was not the only one hearing things. I hope the other two are still in for it. Day 4. We set up camp about a quarter way to the thing. The snow was deep and thick, and to be honest, I was surprised we made it even a quarter of the way. No signs of any voices heard by myself or the other two last night. I'm making sure to be very discreet when I ask them about any oddities. Don't want to put up a red flag. Day 4, afternoon. We covered about half the distance we did yesterday, so I would say we're close to halfway there. About 3/8 of the way, to be exact. The snow is getting deeper as we approach the thing. It continues to shrink as we approach it, so nothing too out of the ordinary thus far, with the exception of the out-of-place prints in the snow. None of us can work out what creature they originate from. Yesterday I thought they were human tracks. Day 5, midnight. I've been lying awake for some time now and I realized that something was horribly out of the ordinary. I recall that as we approached the thing, it got smaller. Well, I would expect it to grow larger as we put more distance between it and ourselves. The problem is, it has not grown larger since this morning when we left to return to the tent. Day 6, afternoon. We made it back to the point we left from yesterday and decided to continue on for a little while longer. The creature has continued to shrink, even as we travel the same path we traveled the day before yesterday. The spatial anomaly is starting to get eerily disheartening. Day 6, evening. The creature has disappeared. We all agree that it was due southeast, but we've checked the compasses again and again, but the thing is just no longer there. I hypothesize that it has grown so small that we can no longer see it, but the other two guys think it just disappeared. Regardless, we all agree to continue in the direction we were headed. We will continue on for a day, and if it has not reappeared at that point, then I see no reason to continue. We'll just have to go back. Day 7. Once again, I've heard the voice. It is now distinguishable as a single voice, as opposed to more than one, as I had previously believed. Some of the words were actually comprehensible and memorable, though they were simple things which actually made no sense when put together. The most distinct words were snow and back. The latter is especially eerie, but I can't think anything of it as there was no context. When I inquired, the other two guys had also heard the voice and came to the same conclusions I had. Day 7, afternoon. It is 5 o'clock and two oddities have occurred. 1. We have all agreed that the past 2 hours were definitely a longer duration than 2 hours. On top of space, the creature must incur a temporal anomaly as well. Strangely enough, however, this is the first time any temporal anomaly has been noticed by myself or the other two. Second of all, and most disturbing, are the tracks in the snow. They reappeared last night, but I thought nothing of it, as it is a normality at this point. But the tracks are definitely no longer human at this point or anything of this earth. The closest thing I can think of is perhaps a squid which walks on land. Considering that the creature out there has tentacular appendages, I suppose this isn't too much of a surprise, but it is still certainly frightening. I am interested in following them, but I want to get to the creature above all else. The main guards were supposed to arrive this morning, but I see no signs of them thus far. Day 7, evening. New tracks have appeared around our tent. None of us heard anything out of the ordinary. Myself and one of the guys agree that those tracks were not there before, while the other guy recalls their existence before this occurrence. We will have to be more mindful of things like this. It's beginning to become more dangerous than it already was, and I suspect something sinister about these newfound tracks. Day 8, midnight. Our reliance on the temporal anomaly stability has failed us. It is currently midnight, but we only got a couple hours of sleep. I've made the decision to continue forth. My fear for my own safety, and more importantly, my fear for their safety, has grown to the point where I will have to take full control of the expedition. No more votes. I will take their opinions into consideration, but my work will be final from this point on. Day 8 to 9 transition, early morning, day 9. As we continued to walk, the voice made a very clear statement to all of us. This is not verbatim, as I could never hope to remember every incomprehensible word this horrible creature has spoken to us. And I apologize for my vagueness, but we got the intended message. Turn back. No doubt at this point, those words are those of the creature we hope to reach. The tone of the voice did not imply any sort of anger or even a hint of territorial jealousy. It sounded more fearful than anything else. Day 9, before noon. Something has been following us this entire time, since day 1. To be frank, I do not care about that thing out there any longer. Something has been following us, and this explains the strange tracks in the snow. This must be why those tracks led us back to our old tent. We were not following them forward, we were following them backward. Day 9, afternoon. I've come to the realization that I am now alone. Where I once heard the comforting sound of human footsteps crunching the snow behind me, I now hear nothing but the hollow wind and emptiness. I cannot recall at what point those two got away from me, or perhaps at what point I got away from them, but I am now terrified of what is to come. I still have plenty of supplies packed, and as previously stated, Food and water will really be no issue for at least the next fortnight. I am alone. The tracks in the snow are now more terrifying than ever, and the voice more horrific than before. Day 10. I am almost back to base, but I see some guys coming over the snow hill. I assume they are looking for me, so I need to warn them to not go any further inward. Day 10 morning. These folks are approaching me awfully slowly. They've taken to setting up a camp, which is strange, because if they are looking for me, which is undoubtedly the case, then they are taking an unnecessary break as I am no more than half a mile away. Day 10, before noon. They made some slow but steady progress toward my location, and then they decided to turn back. I suspect that the spatial anomaly is affecting our distance, because as I stated previously, we're only about half a mile apart. Why they are turning back, I haven't a clue. Day 11. I am currently very frightened. I want these guys to turn back. I know what has happened. I don't know how it happened, but it did. I will write more on my suspicions once I recover sufficient evidence for them. But for now, I say this for future reference. I do not know how this happened. Day 11, early morning. I recovered a journal in the snow. I know my suspicion to be true at this point. What I discovered in the journal was horrible. I refuse to write any of its contents here. I scrawled a warning in it as quickly as I could. I know who will find it. Day 11, late morning. The travelers disappeared and then reappeared again. I tried to approach the lone wanderer in person to notify him to turn back, but this was to no avail, as he was hostile and proceeded to cut out a chunk of my back. I had no clue how to react to this. I just ran away. This realization is too horrible. Tentacular things. I hope it is not me this time. The urgent reclassification required from its previous label as a Euclid. The report goes as follows. SCP-3547 is a potentially sapient, interdimensional entity that has the ability to contact human subjects via their subconscious during delta wave non-REM sleep, so long as the subject has been made aware of the existence of it beforehand, and they wish to communicate with it of their own free will. Subjects who claim to have communicated with SCP-3547 during this dreamlike state describe it as a large, vaguely humanoid mass of strands of an unknown composition, suspended within a dark blue-green void. Subjects report feeling nauseous when looking at 3547, but felt compelled to continue looking nonetheless. Those who dream of 3547 describe its communication as thoughts and feelings that manifest in their minds spontaneously. After multiple encounters with 3547, subjects will speak about it with profuse positivity and religious fervor, claiming that bringing it into our universe would save all of humanity, although specifics of this remain vague. All subjects tested stated that they believed the entity wanted to come closer to them and embrace them, but it was apprehensive for unknown reasons. SCP-3547 is referenced in a collection of Anglo-Saxon manuscripts written around the 9th century, which were bound into a single tome at a later unknown date. The title of the collection roughly translates to Dreams of Our Beloved. The book is currently stored in the secure document storage facility at Site 11. The collection features several poems describing SCP-3547 as a savior of the authors of the text. One poem is an instruction on how to construct an item called the Lucid Crown. The poem goes on to explain that the coronet facilitates the communication with SCP-3547, and that the audience with our beloved can be shared if another sleeps awake with the wearer of the crown. It can be assumed that this is referring to the effects of the electromagnetic field produced by the Lucid Crown. It is unclear whether the authors of the text constructed the Lucid Crown themselves or recovered it from elsewhere. SCP-3547-A is an ornate but roughly constructed coronet matching the description of the Lucid Crown. It is made of copper, featuring 8 iridescent blue stones of unknown composition equally spaced around the perimeter. The stones protrude inwards through the coronet so that they make contact with the wearer's head. If a subject who is aware of 3547 sleeps while wearing 3547-A, their encounter becomes far more vivid and lucid. All test subjects reported that they believed SCP-3547 felt far more comfortable approaching them in this encounter, with some reporting that 3547 was apparently bold enough to reach toward them and lightly stroke their head. While the subject is asleep wearing SCP-3547-A, the stones surrounding it emit an anomalous electromagnetic field at a frequency outside the range measurable by standard equipment, which causes anyone in range to instantly enter Stage 3 non-REM sleep. Anyone affected by this field will share the dream of the wearer of SCP-3547-A. One passage of note from Dreams of Our Beloved describes a procedure that was explained to the author by SCP-3547 during a dream. The procedure appears to be a ceremony designed to allow 3547 to enter our universe permanently as a corporeal manifestation. To perform the ceremony, the volunteer must willfully wear 3547A while sleeping outdoors and have it struck by lightning while communicating with 3547. The manner in which the entity manifests in our universe is not described. No mention of success or failure to perform the ceremony is recorded in the collection. 4 experiment logs are attached to the report, detailing research into the phenomenon using a D-Class personnel member. Immediately, there is success, with D-2374 waking up after 6 hours to state that they met the Night Emperor, a being that seems human in appearance, but composed of strands, like hair floating in water. During Experiment 2, a researcher fell unconscious while monitoring equipment, and it was reported by both the D-Class and the researcher that they saw each other, however briefly, in the same dream while waiting for the Night Emperor. As a result, Experiment 3 was conducted using 2 D-Class personnel, who exhibited remarkable changes of behavior after waking up. They held hands and said, "We saw each other, and our beloved granted us an audience. He's delighted that your foundation is taking an interest in him, but he can only save us if we sleep. All of us. Tell everyone. Everyone must know his message. He can only perform his work if all of our minds look away." It was asked precisely what his work would be and how humanity would be saved. The reciting doctor was told, wait and rest. We must sleep. Only when we awaken will we behold our beloved's work." Experiment 4 marked the end of official research into this item. D-2374 was instructed to ask a number of questions during the dream. Instead, after being locked into the experiment cell, they took the lucid crown and stuck one of its points into an electrical socket. At that moment, all staff in the western half of Site 11 instantly fell asleep. Dr. Michael Cross, who sat just outside of the radius of the field in his laboratory, raised the alarm after several of his laboratory techs dropped unconscious to the floor at the same time. Several staff members rushed into the field to assist their colleagues, but also fell unconscious. Site 11 was put on full code red lockdown, and all staff were commanded to remain at their current locations. Diagnostic tests on Foundation radio equipment estimate that the radius of the field was approximately 76 meters. Post-incident interviews revealed that all affected staff shared a common dream of SCP-3547. The dream consisted of all affected subjects suspended together in a blue-green void, as SCP-3547 delivered a sermon to them by projecting comforting thoughts and an insistence that they spread its message so that it may save humanity and join us in our world. While communing with the subjects, SCP-3547 extended a bundle of fibrous tendrils to each person that wrapped around their heads and extended outwards, forming a web of fibers between them. D-1234 woke up approximately 7 hours after the incident, followed by all other affected personnel. Everyone who had experienced the dream woke up weeping with joy and eager to embrace one another. All subjects were insistent that the Foundation must perform the ceremony described in Dreams of Our Beloved as soon as feasibly possible. Class A amnestics were administered to all affected staff. All affected D-Class personnel were terminated, including D-2374 and 2376. This should be the end of the report, but a footnote has been provided, sending us to a final hidden section of our mystery catalog. 8 short diary entries exist here, marking the month of June in 2018. "I'm so sorry," it begins. "My name is Dr. Rebecca Powell of Site 19. I don't have the authorization to edit this document, but I'll deal with the fallout from that if we get out of this. I was right. I read through the Dreams of Our Beloved during my research into extra-dimensional anomalies. I recognize what's happening straight away. Someone's done it. I have no idea who, why, or where, but they've done it. I blacked out during the night shift at my desk earlier, and now I'm awake with this stuff stuck to, and possibly in, my head. I can't really turn too well, but I think it extends out of the door and down the corridor. I called out for help, but either everyone's knocked out or I'm the only one here. I can't get it off my head. If I struggle against it, it just gets tighter. If I try and pull it out, it feels like it burrows in deeper. I think it's best to just leave it alone for now. I can't type it, but I can at least type at my terminal."
What the hell did I do?
Day 2. The initial shock has
Yeah, it's
not
just my
sucked at all.
footstool made a cracking noise.
This is going to sound strange, but I think I can feel what other people are feeling, or maybe thinking elsewhere. Like we're connected through this stuff. Now I've calmed down a little, I feel
Seemed
good.
to be fine. I think it was just some sand that crunched.
I think everyone else
Ugh.
does too.
It was an odd sound, though.
I'm seizing up a bit and I really need to get up and stretch. I tried sawing through the stuff on my head with my keys, but every time I cut through a piece, it just reattaches. It's organic, I think. Cold to the touch, but possibly alive somehow. It has a kind of bluish glow to it that seems to shimmer slightly to match the patterns of my thoughts. I don't feel thirsty or hungry yet, which is odd. Day 3. Still not slept. I can feel it. It's in there, somewhere. I think others out there are convinced it's going to save us from something. I don't know what or how. It feels like all of humanity is just waiting.
Oh, hello.
I'm really aching now.
Oh,
I need to get up
buddy
and stretch my back.
chicken.
I don't feel so good anymore.
Chicken friend.
I've had some time to
Oh
think
no,
about
was I too
something.
far
I've got a
away?
request
You wanted a
reclassification
hug?
SCP-3547 and our
Oh,
handling
no.
containment procedures. They're
Good
useless
boy.
now anyway. I know it's a huge breach of protocol, but if anybody else even reads this again, I'll consider it a win. I'll try and sleep again after I've done that. I'm starting to panic now.
I'm gonna put this little chicken away. Excuse me.
Night chicken.
Hey, chickadee. Hey, you chickadee. Chickadee, chickadee. Chickadee. What a buddy. Oh, I got chicken poop I gotta clean up. Second. The little man, he made some dews. Pick up the dews. Eat. And eat. You don't want to step on these stinky bits. That's bad. Go. Okay, I got myself a piece of cheese. I'm gonna turn the heat on so I'm not so freaking cold.
Day 4. Still awake. Still waiting. The waiting and not being able to sleep is becoming agonizing. There's nothing I can do but wait. Everyone's waiting. I feel something. I think it's SCP-3547 itself. Himself. I think we betrayed him. I don't know how or why. Still, some remain faithful to their beloved. I close my eyes for hours. Nothing happens. Day 6. Still waiting. Exhausted, but awake. Day 11.
Warmer.
Nothing I can do. Just wait and wait and wait. Still awake. All I can feel is despair and desperation, but faithful.
Heating pad.
You gave me your word. Do something.
Hey, what are you cooking?
Let me sleep. Let us sleep. You're killing us. Day 12. I can't stay like this anymore. Others are disappearing. It's quieter. Every hour. Quieter and quieter. The blue is getting fainter. He's still just watching. Please let me sleep, please. Please let me sleep. Day 13. No. This concludes our evening at the SCP Vault for October of 2019. Thank you for joining me in this excursion, and thank you to the Foundation for lending me, however briefly, this peculiar volume. I'd also like to thank all of my supporters on Patreon who make it possible to live a life outside the Foundation's more, traditional accommodations. Do stick around to see the names of all these awesome creatures of the night at the end of this video. And remember, as little as just $1 a month is more helpful than you ever realize. If you feel like dropping a bit of candy in my bag as thanks for this month's content, a Patreon donation...
Yeah, give me $1 a month too.
And of course, you could pick up a bit of merchandise from the Nightline Teespring shop and bring your affiliation with the dark side of the imagination to...
Nope, whoops.
defiantly in the daylight. Thanks to all of you for viewing, and remember to check out the Nightmind office on Hotbase, where I have exclusive content, including some videos that only Patreon supporters have seen. You can hang out with me there to take horror and dark media quizzes, play games, watch Pop-Base only videos, learn about yours truly, and just have a good autumn evening with your favorite monster cat. It's free, it's on Google Play and the iOS App Store, the links are in the description, and you can even do a bit of trick-or-treating around the whole neighborhood once you're there, visiting other horror channels going all out this October, and some new friends on the block who are getting into the spirit. That's it for tonight, everyone. Thanks for joining me in the dark this evening for our annual SCP Vault special. Once more, I'm Nick Nocturne, and after all the items we've witnessed tonight, especially that last one, I do say with the utmost sincerity, sleep tight. The most frightening concept in the realm of writing is the blank page. One sits down, ideas in mind, task in hand, faces the open expanse, and freezes. It is daunting to open the door, to find where to start and how to proceed. Where is the beginning, really? In such a long line of storytelling, a whole history of experiences and tales, how do you decide to open? Since the first circulations of the printed work, those we are about to visit have faced the challenge we ourselves struggle with now. The world of dark storytelling is long and rich, its characters and creators equally valuable and recognizable. Monsters and makers alike celebrated decades or even centuries after death. One by one, all faced the blank parchment, ink pen in hand, or typewriter keys beneath, trying to find just the right words. The great tradition of Gothic literature and American horror begins precisely in this fashion, capturing a moment of hesitation and uncertainty in front of a blank page that would set a tone for the ages. And, funny enough, it begins well outside the United States. The month is May. The year is 1816. Mary Godwin, a young mother of 19, accompanies her fiancé Percy Shelley and their infant son on a trip to Geneva with their friend, Claire Claremont. The soon-to-be Mrs. Shelley understood Claire's current situation entirely too well.
Have
She was
either of
pregnant
you
with a
heard
child
of
the man
processing?
they were off to visit, Lord Byron. The
No.
group met at Villa Diodati, situated near Lake Geneva, a prime location if not for the time and history they had come together. A volcanic eruption in Mount Tambora had set a new precedent for the most devastating natural disaster of its kind, the fallout of which plunged the world into a state of lower than average temperatures, resulting in massive crop failures, heavy rains, constant frost, and rolling storms of mist and fog. Lake Geneva was not immune to these effects. Mary Shelley wrote the following about her experience. It proved a wet, ungenial summer, and incessant rain often confined us for days to the house. As such, entertainment had to be found indoors, and Lord Byron, a habitual writer, often chose printed material to share with the group. It was one dreary day indoors that, seated by the fire, Byron chose to share with his visitors a collection of ghost stories translated into German from the original French. After a bit of group reading, an idea sprang forth, courtesy of Byron. We will each write a ghost story. And it was here, during the year without a summer, that the mother of Gothic horror encountered the terror of the blank page. Lord Byron had his tale in short time, as did Percy and a few other members of the group. Mary, however, was suffering with the contest. She couldn't think of anything worth writing about. She remarks, "Have you thought of a story?" I was asked each morning, and each morning I was forced to reply with a mortifying negative. Finally, in the middle of June, during a fit of insomnia,
Darn
lightning
okay.
struck.
But I am
Mary
going to
Shelley
zone
would
out
later
and
recount
put
the
something
episode
on
of a
TV.
waking
I'll
dream
talk to you
like
later.
this.
Bye. Have a good
I
time.
saw the pale student of unhallowed arts kneeling beside the thing he had put together. I saw the hideous phantasm of a man stretched out, and then, on the working of some powerful engine, showed signs of life, and stirred with an uneasy, half-vital motion. Frightful must it be, or supremely frightful would be the effect of any human endeavor to mock the stupendous mechanism of the creator of the world. At last the idea had arrived, born of a grim vision. Mary got to writing and brought the passage to the attention of her future husband, who was very encouraging. This contest exercise soon proved to be more than a time-passing experiment. Shelley's tale, Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus, tore straight through the bounds of a short story, growing into the length of a novel over the course of the summer. It was eventually published courtesy of one of Percy's friends in 1818. But it wasn't just Shelley whose work had impact as a result of the summer at Lake Geneva. Lord Byron and his friends did produce their own tales. Byron, a notable poet among publishers, wrote an array called The Prisoner of Chillon, and he inspired one visitor, John Polidori, with a concept that resulted in Polidori writing a short story called The Vampire, which later inspired Bram Stoker to write a novel called Dracula. The Byron, Shelley, and Polidori group that came together at Lake Geneva sets a precedent that we shall witness as a pattern later in the history of dark literature. In the 1800s, much of the issue for those who wished to be writers merely came down to the ability to finance printing or knowing someone with a printing press who believed in your work. Publishing houses were only just beginning to form, based on the practices of those with presses seeing authors they assisted actually sell copies. It was far more expensive and complicated in these times to produce a book. You had to thoroughly convince a printer the endeavor was worthwhile, and even newspapers needed to be tight-fisted about what they chose to print. And if you were chosen, the amount of copies printed would be very small, with as much as a few hundred seen as a risky bet. The friendship and prestige of men like Byron gave opportunity for other writers to even talk to those with printing presses, and so it was that he and others in his social circle were able to circulate, bringing dark new material and even boundary-pushing adult work into publication. Frankenstein was on shelves for purchase starting in 1818, and by 1831, the title would be on its first popular edition, printed very appropriately on October 31st. The works of Shelley, Byron, and Polidori around 1818 came a prime moment of influence for the world of Gothic literature, and it's due to their timing that the root of American horror can be found. Edgar Allan Poe was born in Boston on January 19, 1809, to Mrs. Elizabeth Poe, an actress with a trembling theater group. Her husband, the actor David Poe, had been driven off after arguments months earlier, as the group could no longer abide his drinking habits and continuously poor performances. As a consequence of Mr. Poe's absence, the theater became young Edgar's family, which didn't quit traveling. Elizabeth and Edgar went with them, the single mother still acting and doing her best to keep up her reputation in the papers, which greatly benefited the group. The stress of motherhood, overworking, and constant travel took its toll, however. Mrs. Poe became ill and died in December of 1811. The theater group was performing in Virginia, and a couple who was sympathetic to their play, John Allan and Frances Valentine, adopted Edgar, which granted his full name. Allan is not a middle name, but an adoptive last name in conjunction. Edgar Allan Poe, with a hyphen, is how we would write his name today. Edgar was in good hands for an adoptive family, having just come from a turbulent life as a poor acting group son. John Allan was a merchant with a business partner who worked exporting tobacco. Their business was good enough to set up a branch in England, but to do so, the Allan family had to move there. This resulted in Edgar being educated in an English boarding school from 1816 to 1820, where he was mainly taught language study, not just in English, but Latin. It also means he was in England when Mary Shelley's work, Frankenstein, was first published and put on the shelf. In 1820, the family returned to Virginia, and Edgar was able to make a few friends, one of which introduced an event that would greatly influence the dark-hearted romantic. According to Edgar Allan Poe, a critical biography, Rob Stannard, who was younger than he, took Poe one day to see his mother, Jane Craig Stannard. There seems to have been born between them instantly a bond of sympathy, which produced a deep effect upon the boy. She spoke some gracious words of welcome. She was beautiful, and he was in a mood in which a woman's sympathy must have been needed. Poe wrote years later to Mrs. Whitman, "The lines I had written in my passionate boyhood, to the first purely ideal love of my soul, to the Helen Stannard of whom I told you, flashed upon my recollection." This lady afterwards became the confidant of all his boyish sorrows, and hers was the one redeeming influence that saved and guided him in the earlier days of his turbulent and passionate youth. After the visitation of strange and peculiar sorrows, she died, and for months after her decease, it was his habit to visit nightly the cemetery where the object of his boyish idolatry lay entombed. From a very young age, Edgar seemed to have fallen in love, and then lost her. It was Jane Craig Stannard for whom Edgar wrote the poem, To Helen, most likely a way of describing her using the mythical Helen of Troy, the most beautiful woman in the world. Lost love and a yearning for a mother figure seemed to create a deeper hatred in Poe towards John Allan around 1825, when he discovered his adoptive father was cheating on his wife. The household was already shaky. Business affairs with John Allan had soured, and his partnership had dissolved. Edgar wanted to be rid of John Allan, and Allan wanted to be rid of Edgar, which made for a very mutually beneficial push to enter him in the University of Virginia in 1826. While there, Edgar took Latin and French, with other high concentrations in language studies. During this time, his letters and writings reveal that he was heavily influenced by the poet Coleridge, whose macabre stories told in poetry, like the Rime of the Ancient Mariner, had influenced some other very familiar names Poe admired, Lord Byron and Mary Shelley. Oddly enough, this made a relationship with his adoptive father worse. John Allan hated Lord Byron. This period marked the beginning of two habits Edgar would soon become known for, drinking and begging. After many letters asking Allan to send him money at school, reports came back to John Allan that Poe had racked up debts among other students by way of gambling. Some very angry letters were exchanged between the two, with Allan condemning Poe for his behavior and Poe replying that he wasn't a drunk, but he was a gambler, and the reason for gambling was a desperate attempt at making the money he needed to survive college, because John Allan had sent him with barely enough to pay for materials, let alone eat. Studies of bills from the time do show that Allan really had tried to throw Poe away using the bare requirements of payment at the University of Virginia. Yet not equipped his adopted son with enough money to flourish, just enough to enter. A truly awful move considering John had just received a massive inheritance from the death of an uncle. Alan pulled him out of school after only 8 months of university, but it had been enough time for Edgar to write some poetry. He packed up his belongings and ran off to Boston, where he seemed to have tried following in his parents' footsteps by doing a bit of acting, but ultimately enlisted in the army under a false name, Edgar A. Perry. During this time, 1827, Edgar succeeded in getting a very slim volume of poetry published, entitled Tamerlane. It went largely unnoticed, but did manage to get mentioned in 2 literary magazines and a poetry anthology. Any happiness brought to him by this success and following the tradition of Byron and Coleridge was dismissed by the sudden death of his adoptive mother. He was embittered as well as depressed, having spent 2 months sending letters to John Allen confessing where he was, what he had done, and begging to come home, sick of army life. Had John Allen responded sooner, Edgar could have seen Frances Allen before her death. This marked the 3rd mother figure in Poe's life he had loved and lost, and he was only 20 years old. John Allen refused to do anything for Poe without a plan for his immediate future. As such, Edgar relented to the idea of attending the Military Associated Academy, West Point. He was discharged with honor from the Army and moved to Baltimore to stay with his aunt until the West Point application could be approved. It was during this time he reconnected with a friend from the University of Virginia, William Works. According to the Poe biography, he had been offered the presidency and professorship of law at the University of Virginia during the year of Poe's residence there. Wirt had just returned to Baltimore after his distinguished career as Attorney General of the United States, but it was probably his fame as the biographer of Patrick Henry that led Poe to confide his own literary aspirations to the older man. William Wirt read all of Edgar's latest poem, Al Araf, and advised Poe to consult Robert Walsh, the editor of the American Quarterly Review, and George Joseph Hopkinson, who were leaders of literary opinion in Philadelphia. Again, we see something crucial in the field of dark literature first noticed from the Byron Party, a sharing of work with a social circle and the support of others within that circle for its potential outreach. Feedback from the American Quarterly Review fed Poe's efforts, and he took the manuscript to a prominent publisher in Philadelphia, Carey, Lee, and Carey. Mr. Lee read the manuscript and informed Poe they would publish it, as long as they were safeguarded against any loss as a business, which was the polite way of saying they would print it if Poe himself paid them. This resulted in Poe picking up the practice he began at the University of Virginia, sending letters to John Allen expressing that he desperately needed some money. Here is part of his letter from May 29, 1829. I am aware of the difficulty of getting a poem published in this country. Mr. Wirt and Mr. Walsh have advised me of that, but the difficulty should be no object with a proper aim in view. If Messrs. Carey, Lee, and Carey should decline publishing, as I have no reason to think they will not, they having invariably declined it with all our American poets, that is, upon their own risk, the request I have to make is this, that you will give me a letter to Messrs. Carey, Lee, and Carey saying that if in publishing the poem Al Araf it shall incur any loss, you will make it good to them. This is when Poe made his pitch, explaining that he needed about $100 in 1829 money. As you might imagine, Allen did not help him. Despite the setback, Poe eventually found someone to print his new poetry collection. Patchen Dunning of this city, upon terms advantageous to me, paid printing it and giving me 250 copies of the book. This deal may have only arrived due to the friendships Poe had, including a guaranteed review and public notice by his friend John Neal in the Yankee and Boston Literary Gazette. Al Araf, Tamerlane, and Minor Poems was published in December of 1829, consisting of 72 pages. It did indeed get reviews, including a mention in Ladies' Magazine. John Hewitt, editor for the weekly Baltimore paper Minerva, gave it a scalping, however. Just after this, Poe was accepted to West Point, where he excelled in French, and, according to some of his peers, drinking. History quickly repeats itself. In January of 1831, Poe sends letters to Allen accusing him of again sending him to school with barely any money to live. And with no support from Allen in his endeavors despite Allen's apparent wishes for Poe to better himself, he vows to altogether abandon West Point and disappear. He made good on that promise, too, dropping out of classes and being dismissed under gross neglect of duty and disobedience of orders. Poe headed to Baltimore to live with his Aunt Clem and cousin Virginia. His older brother William Henry is also there, who had been placed with a more stable home in the theater group prior to Edgar's birth. After so much turmoil and strife going to school, trying the military, and battling both of those traditional calls to adult life with publishing efforts, Poe finally found his mark in Maryland. In June of 1831, the Philadelphia Saturday Courier announced a contest for the best short story, with a prize of $100. Edgar submitted 5 tales he had written as part of the collection idea, and although he didn't win, he did see them all published in the Courier during 1832. This was a happy period Poe desperately needed following the latest tragedy after moving into odd class, the death of his older brother by alcoholism, just months after getting to know him. The immediate acceptance of all Poe's submissions by the Courier emboldened him. He submitted to another paper, the Saturday Visitor, and they wrote this in a following issue. Mr. Edgar A. Poe has favored us with the perusal of some manuscript tales written by him, and not only have all tales been read, they exhibit originality, richness of imagery, and purity of the style. Few American authors, in our opinion, have produced anything superior. With Mr. Poe's permission, we may hereafter lay one or two of the tales before our readers. That paper ran a contest the following year. $50 for the best tale and $25 for the best poem. Poe submitted a new poem, The Colosseum, and 6 stories from his collection idea, Tales of the Folio Club. For the first time, Poe won a contest with his story, Manuscript Found in a Bottle. He was also secretly told by the judges that he was going to win for the poem category too, but they knew as a paper they couldn't give him both, so they granted him the one with the bigger cash prize. And as it turns out, the poem ended up getting published in the issue following the prize winners anyway. Winning this contest granted Edgar the best prize of all, the friendship of one of its judges, John P. Kennedy, a very respected man in Baltimore who was also the author of a published novel. The benefit of this is immediately apparent in a letter written by Kennedy to different friends. It is many years ago, I think perhaps as early as 1833 or 34, that I found him in Baltimore in a state of starvation. I gave him clothing, free access to my table, and the use of a horse for exercise whenever he chose. In fact, brought him up on the very verge of despair. I then got him employment with Mr. White, and went department of the editorship of the Southern Literary Newspaper at Richmond. His talents made that periodical quite brilliant while he was connected with it. And before getting him that job at Southern Literary, Kennedy's recommendations of Poe to that paper ensured the publishing of 4 more of his short tales, including the very grim Berenice. A letter written by Poe to the paper's editor, Thomas White, is very enlightening about the man's perspectives on writing and his own material. Your opinion of it is very just. The subject is by far too horrible, and I confess that I hesitated in sending it you especially as a specimen of my capability. The tale originated in a bet that I could produce nothing effective on a subject so singular, provided I treated it seriously. The history of all magazines show plainly that those which have attained celebrity were indebted for it to articles similar in nature to Berenice, although, I grant you, far superior in style and execution. I say similar in nature. You ask me, in what does this nature consist? In the ludicrous heightened into the grotesque, the fearful colored into the horrible, the witty exaggerated into the burlesque, the singular brought out into the strange and mystical. You may say all this is bad taste. I have my doubts about it. Nobody is more aware than I am that simplicity is the cant of the day, but take my word for it, no one cares anything about simplicity in their hearts. Believe me also, in spite of what people say to the contrary, that there is nothing easier in the world than to be extremely simple. But whether the articles of which I speak are or are not in bad taste is little to the purpose. To be appreciated, you must be read, and these things are invariably sought after with avidity. In 1835, Poe took up the job at Southern Literary Magazine, and by September writes to Kennedy saying the editor, Mr. White, is willing to publish Tales of the Folio Club, and with this new prestige, he hopes he can approach Carey and Lee again and see if they'll publish him now. In the meantime, he publishes anonymous pieces, pseudonym pieces, and some poetic criticisms under his own name in the paper he works for, as well as literary criticisms later on. In all this time, he never gets the position of editor from White, who wanted to keep Edgar as unspoken of staff. Poe had this to say to a friend about his time spent at Southern Literary. The drudgery was excessive. The salary was contemptible. In fact, I soon found that whatever reputation I might personally gain, this reputation would be all. I stood no chance of bettering my pecuniary condition. All my best energies were wasted in the service of an illiterate and vulgar, although well-meaning man, who had neither the capacity to appreciate my labors nor the will to reward them. In 1837, Poe, Art Clem, and Virginia moved to New York, abandoning Southern Literary. His movements also caused the break of a deal to have his novel, The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, printed serially in The Messenger, but it was published in book form the following year. This piece is especially groundbreaking, as it was presented in first-person format and Poe didn't include his name on the volume, which meant it was received as non-fiction. Even in the early 1800s, creators were experimenting with alternate reality ideas. Around this time, Poe's feelings toward the publishing industry became stronger and more pointed. This passage from the biography illustrates the scene. There were rising in Philadelphia the group of magazines which were planned to appeal to large audiences. The Saturday Evening Post, which Thomas Cottrell Clarke had revived in 1821. The Ladies' Book of Louis A. Godey, which had merged with the Ladies' Magazine of Boston in 1837, and under the editorship of Mrs. Sarah Hale, Godey's while he was in Philadelphia. Poe was to take his share in this development of Philadelphia magazines through his editorial connection with Burton's Gentleman's Magazine and Graham's Magazine, but his ideal for a magazine was not that of the Post or Godey's. They cost $2 or $3 a year. His ideal journal was to cost $5 and be of another class. His conflict between his own theories of magazine publishing and the tendency of the Times to cater to a large democratic public are what must be understood when we analyze the causes of his constant failure to found and keep a journal of his own. Poe's desire to make his own magazine will become a running theme in life, although it never panned out. He continued submitting to existing papers and soon landed an editor position in a new title, Gentleman's Magazine. He is, however, only billed as assistant to the editor. It was in September of 1839 that Edgar Allan Poe finally landed the deal that marked him as the horror writer we truly know and remember today. And aside from social capital and historical significance, it was, in business terms, an awful deal. He received word from Lee and Blanchard, a publisher, that they would publish his new macabre collection, Tales of the Grotesque and Arabesque, with all profit being theirs in exchange for Poe keeping copyright and receiving a few copies. No payment, just copyright and a few of the books to hand out to friends and family. Still, he took the deal, and the book was published in 2 volumes, containing 25 short stories, everything he had written up to that point. For the first time, Poe's name was in hardcover as a writer of dark fiction. He left Gentleman's Magazine in June of 1840, announcing in a different paper that he would soon introduce the Pen Magazine, his own title, a plan that never came to be as the bank wouldn't give him a loan. Later that year, Gentleman's Magazine was purchased by a bigger title, Graham's Magazine, which made its audience at least 5,000 subscribers by the purchase. Graham's then offered Poe a job at the paper. A lot of Edgar's time at Graham's was spent writing book reviews, including a review of new material by Charles Dickens. He also wrote for the magazine, including one of his most famous short tales, The Murders in the Rue Morgue. Poe's work at Graham's helped boost numbers for the magazine from about 5,000 subscribers to 25,000 by 1842. During this year, Edgar would publish The Oval Portrait and The Mask of the Red Death, but then depart in May. He wrote, "I shall continue to contribute occasionally. Griswold succeeds me. My reason for resigning was discussed with the namby-pamby character of the magazine, a character which it was impossible to eradicate. I allude to the contemptible pictures, fashion plates, music, and love tales. A salary, moreover, did not pay me for the labor which I was forced to bestow." Edgar writes to the publisher of Tales of the Grotesque and Arabesque, Lee and Blanchard, saying he has a new collection idea, all of his previous short stories, plus the 8 new tales he'd written since. They passed on the offer because the stock of previous copies hadn't fully sold. In 1843, there wasn't much for Edgar to do besides write. He crafted his most infamous short story, The Telltale Heart, and sold it to the Pioneer. That title also printed Lenore the month following. In that summer, Poe won a short story contest in dollar newspaper with his submission, The Gold Bug, which was also printed in the Saturday Courier at the same time, giving Edgar his greatest living popularity spike. His most infamous poem, The Raven, was printed in the Evening Mirror in January of 1845. The period following departure from Graham's was a mix of short story writing, poetry, and random jobs for all sorts of papers. No real positions. Poe's name stayed in the papers and magazines, and often readers would encounter Poe under pseudonyms, but hardcover prints still eluded him. He worked with a friend for correspondence to potentially get a government job, but that fell through. In 1849, he was invited to travel to universities to give lectures on the poetic principle, and would even do live readings of his work at the end. It was on this tour, his first of what could have been many, that he became very ill at a stop overnight in Richmond, Virginia, his first own home. He took a visit with a doctor who told him to stay for treatment, but Edgar persisted despite the advice, moving on to Baltimore, where he never made it to his next engagement. He was found on the morning of October 3rd at a polling place, burning with fever and delirious, the victim of an apparent mugging. He managed to tell the first person to find the doctor friend he had in the area, who rushed to the scene. They transported Edgar to the hospital, but his condition worsened over the course of 4 days. Edgar Allan Poe died on October 7, 1849, at 5 a.m. in Washington College Hospital, Baltimore. The period following Poe's death was chaotic. He made the mistake of trusting a miserable, two-faced man named Griswold to be the literary executor of his estate. Griswold had been an editor in the poetry circle for a major anthology, and the relationship between he and Poe had taken turns between saying very positive and very negative things about each other for years. Griswold, as literary executor, collected Poe's work into a volume for publishing, and used the introduction as his chance to commit the ultimate character assassination. It was, in truth, an all-out campaign, as Griswold contacted enemies of Poe to back up his words with their own in memoriam pieces. Poe's friends, family, and peers immediately fired back. They would not allow a dead man's name to be dragged so heinously through the mud. A war waged for a short period between the two parties, and part of the effort on Poe's behalf included making sure his work stayed alive through publishing and circulation. It was indeed the love of his supporters and those who actually knew Edgar Allan Poe that made sure he became the figure he is now. From the area of Baltimore in the year of 1849, we move northeast to the smallest territory in New England and jump forward to the year 1890. On August 20th, at 9 a.m. at 454 Angel Street in Providence, Rhode Island, Howard Phillips Lovecraft was born, the son of Winfield Scott Lovecraft and Sarah Susan Phillips. Following his birth, Howard and his parents lived in the area of Dorchester, Mass., where they were developing a home on a plot of land in Auburndale. Sarah was the daughter of the great Phillips family, wealthy and influential enough to be part of Providence's aristocracy. Winfield Lovecraft was a pure Englishman and traveling salesman. Around the very same age Edgar Allan Poe lost his mother, Howard Lovecraft's father came down with a psychotic episode while on business in Chicago. Unable to deal with the situation alone, Sarah headed back to Providence immediately to receive her husband along with her family, and they had Winfield submitted for treatment at Butler Hospital, a mental care facility. Doctors found his condition was not well enough to discharge. He was committed to Butler indefinitely, and Sarah took Howard with her back to the family home on Angel Street. So it was that Howard grew up in Providence, Rhode Island, occupying a home with his mother, grandparents, and 2 aunts. His grandfather, Whipple Van Buren Phillips, did a lot to play the role of surrogate father, and was a reader and a fan of the grim tale, often telling Howard ghost stories. Evidence of Whipple's interest could be found in the attic of the home, where Lovecraft reported reading Grimm's fairy tales at the age of 4. Grimm's fairy tales were quickly followed by the Arabian Nights, and from the many letters Howard wrote in life, we can recount the experience in his own words. How many dreams have the Arabian Nights bred? I ought to know, since at the age of 5 I was one of them. I had not then encountered Greco-Roman myth, but found in Lang's Arabian Nights a gateway to glittering vistas of wonder and freedom. It was then that I invented for myself the name of Abdul al-Hazred, and made my mother take me to all the Oriental curio shops and fit me up an Arabian corner in my room. In 1896, at the age of 6, Howard experienced loss for the first time in a manner he could comprehend, as his grandmother passed away. He writes, "The death of my grandmother plunged the household into a gloom from which it never fully recovered. The black attire of my mother and aunts terrified and repelled me to such an extent that I would surreptitiously pin bits of bright cloth or paper to their skirts for sheer relief. They had to make a careful survey of their attire before receiving callers or going out. And then it was that my former high spirits received their damper. I began to have nightmares of the most hideous description, people with things which I called night thoughts, the compound word of my own courage. I used to draw them after waking. Perhaps the idea of these figures came from an edition deluxe of Paradise Lost with illustrations by Doré, which I discovered one day in the East Parlor. In dreams they were wont to whirl me through space at a sickening rate of speed, the while fretting and impelling me with their detestable tridents." Howard's night gods didn't do much to deter him from the path of horror. Shortly after his grandmother's death, he encountered the same influence that affected Mary Shelley and Edgar Allan Poe, the rime of the ancient mariner. Imagine a tall, stately Victorian library in a house sometimes visited with my mother or us. Marble mantel, thick basket rug, endless shelves of books. A house of adults, so that a 6-year-old caller's interest strays most naturally to the shelves and great center table and mantel. Fancy then the discovery of a great outlet-sized gift book leaning against the mantel and having on the cover gilt letters reading, with illustrations by Gustave Doré. The title didn't matter, for didn't I know the dark, supernal magic of Victoria pictures and Al Dante and Milton at home? I opened the book, and behold a hellish picture of a corpse ship with ragged sails under a waning moon. I turn a page. God. A spectral, half-transparent ship on whose deck a corpse and a skeleton play at dice. By this time I am flat on the bearskin rug and ready to thumb through the whole book, of which I'd never heard before. A sea full of rotting serpents, and death fires dancing in the black air. Troops of angels and demons, crazed, dying, distorted forms. then rising in their putrescence and lifelessly matting the dank ringing of a fake-tuned bar. Horror had taken root, and it was the same seed of Gothic lineage we've seen generate the likes of Frankenstein and the Raven. Howard was hooked on reading, and went on to read Hawthorne's Wonder Book, Tanglewood Tales, The Age of Fable, Ovid's Metamorphoses, Pope's Odyssey, Bullfinch's Mythology, and the Harper's Half-Hour series. These later pieces influenced 6-year-old Howard to write The Young Folks' Ulysses, a boiled-down version of Homer's Odyssey so other children could read and understand it. And if this sounds ambitious, the cover editions are a marvel, as Lovecraft wrote a catalog for other titles he wanted to make, as well as prices. Mythology for the Young, 25 cents. Ulysses for Young Folks and Gross, 5 cents. An old Egyptian myth prepared specially for small children, 5 cents. It included a final PS statement. The later works may be much better than this because the author will have more practice. When he was 7, Howard tried his hand at fiction, writing a tale called The Noble Eavesdropper, about a boy who overheard some horrible conclave of subterranean beings in a cave. Shortly after, a remarkable event occurred that would only encourage his writing. And at the age of 8, I saw the blue from the Lagos in Sicily talking about the miasmal exhalations
Buddy.
of the tomb.
Come here, buddy.
It's unknown which collection of post work Howard found, since so many had been created following Edgar's death, but his fate was sealed. He would talk about Poe as an influence and titan of the weird tale for the rest of his
My
life.
dear sweet doggos.
The influence on him was immediate, prompting 2 new short stories, The Mysterious Ship and The Secret of the Grave. At this age, Howard's father died in Butler Hospital of what later was discovered to be syphilis, a disease that, in advanced stages, causes atrophy of the brain and produces symptoms very much like those afflicted by madness in Howard's later work. He maintained throughout life that his father had been submitted to Butler after falling into a coma state and staying that way, which is what his mother told him. And
Sweet
for
doggo
years,
is
making many
being mean to
suspect
each
he
other.
never learned the truth about his father.
My dog's been grouchier as she's gotten older.
It's very difficult not to suspect that Howard was informed, and that information reflected in his storytelling.
Barky dogs.
Yeah, very barky.
The idea of Howard's father from his life, making the event of his death much less impactful than his grandmother's. He took up an obsession with chemistry at this time, and then astronomy, which prompts him to try writing his very own serial magazine, The Scientific Gazette, at age 9. At age 11, he began poetry, much in the vein of his predecessors and heroes, and continued his love affair with the stars, receiving a new book on astronomy and a telescope from his family. He then went all in on a weekly pursuit, Rhode Island Journal of Astronomy, beginning August 2nd, 1903. Howard was even granted the opportunity in November to visit the Ladd Observatory, operated by Brown University, which he wrote about for his journal. Childhood had been kind to Howard in terms of friendship, but it seems his love of reading did benefit him in the early teens. He attended Slater Ave School in 1903 and wrote this reflection. As to Sherlock Holmes, I used to be infatuated with him. I read every Sherlock Holmes story published, and even organized a detective agency when I was 13, arrogating to myself the proud pseudonym of S.H. His PDA, Providence Detective Agency, whose members ranged between 9 and 14 years, was a most wonderful thing. How many murders and robberies we unraveled. Our headquarters were in a deserted house just out of the thickly settled area, and there we enacted and solved many a gruesome tragedy. I still remember my labors in producing artificial bloodstains on the floor. At age 14, 2 events of note occur. Howard writes a new short story, The Beast in the Cave, which he actually did research for in caves at the local library, and his beloved grandfather, Whipple Van Buren Phillips, passes away. He writes, his death brought financial disaster besides its more serious grief. With his passing, the rest of the board lost their initiative and courage. The corporation was unwisely dissolved at a time when my grandfather would have persevered, with the result that others reaped the wealth which should have gone to its stockholders. My mother and I were forced to vacate the beautiful estate at 454 Angel Street, and to enter the less spacious abode at 598, 3 squares eastward. The financial health of H.P. Lovecraft's life can very much be described as a high flat line at the very top, with an immediate downward plunge that never truly picks up, and it all can be attributed to this very moment. At 454 Angel Street, the house had been big enough to accommodate 6 people comfortably. They had 4 servants, a stable with 3 horses, and a coachman to take care of the horses. With Whipple Van Buren's death, they had no ability to hold that property, lifestyle, or security, and there was no longer a man in the family picture for Howard or his mother. His aunts had already moved, having acquired partners, When Whipple died, everything went with it, leaving a small inheritance they would need to survive on for as long as possible. For the rest of his teen years, Howard tried to persevere with his interests, writing short stories, working on his serial journals, and studying astronomy and chemistry. At the end of high school, he suffered a nervous breakdown and would later write that the discovery of this nervous condition is what prevented him from attending Brown University, where he felt he rightly should have gone. What brought about his condition? His reflection on high school seems to explain it. In studies, it was not bad, except for mathematics, which repelled and exhausted me. I passed in these subjects, but just about that. Or rather, it was algebra which formed the bugbear. Geometry was not so bad, but the whole thing disappointed me bitterly, for I was then intending to pursue astronomy as a career, and of course advanced astronomy is simply a mess of mathematics. That was the first major setback I ever received, the first time I was ever brought up short against a consciousness of my own limitations. It was clear to me that I hadn't brains enough to be an astronomer, and that was a pill I couldn't swallow with equanimity. Of my non-university education, I never ceased to be ashamed, but I know, at least, that I could not have done differently. I busied myself at home with chemistry, literature, and the like. I shunned all human society, deeming myself too much of a failure in life to be seen socially by those who had known me in youth, and had foolishly expected such great things of me. As Howard wrote, he had busied himself with what studies he could and continued reading, which now included literary magazines and papers in his rotation. One of the biggest magazines around in 1914 was The All Story, which Howard wrote to, praising its long-standing position of being a publisher of quality fiction. The editor so loved what he wrote that they published it in a feature. This must have sparked something in him, as he increased the frequency at which he wrote to magazines he enjoyed reading. This led to one of the most important and frankly hilarious events in the history of Gothic literature's inciting incidents. At the time, there was another big magazine called The Argosy, which catered to all sorts of stories, but around the age of 24, Howard noticed The Argosy was leaning pretty heavily on modern bodice ripper romances by a writer named Fred Jackson, whose work was beginning to monopolize not only The Argosy, but other titles. One day, Howard witnessed an illiterate man's hatred for Fred Jackson printed in the letters to the editor section, called the Logbook. Lovecraft agreed with the sentiment entirely, but must have thought, if this buffoon could get in here saying that, then it's time for someone who can actually write to express it. Lovecraft penned a letter that put all of the previous man's points and his own into a sharpened quality takedown of Jackson's lowest common denominator romance stories. He submitted, got into the logbook, and then patiently waited for the next issue. With one commentary letter, H.P. Lovecraft had started a war. Fred Jackson fans and fellow detractors who agreed with Howard came out in droves, leading to an issue-by-issue serial drama of the Jacksonites versus the Lovecraftians. Attacks and defenses on Jackson and his work became attacks and defenses on letter writers. Argument paragraphs became slam poetry showdowns. And no, that's not a joke. Howard and some of his peers ended up writing poetry and limericks as responses and then received rebuttals in kind. And this went on until October. The fighting got so bad that it monopolized the logbook, prompting the editor to write personal letters to Lovecraft and his main rival to call it quits so they could end the Jackson War. Both of them agreed, and they received a special column of the logbook in the next issue bearing the hatchet. During this time period, and for a short time after, Jackson content was lowered significantly. Lovecraft and his rival both received correspondence after this from another surprise sender, Edward Dawes, the official editor of the United Amateur Press Association, who was so impressed with the two combatants that he personally invited them to join the organization. Howard officially enrolled on April 6, 1914, beginning a phase of life that would usher in every future event that created his legacy. And it's all because Howard Phillips Lovecraft started a flame war in the comments section of the 1914 equivalent to a YouTube video. This phase of Howard's life not only illustrates his growth in becoming a writer that carried Edgar Allan Poe's torch, but highlights the growth of an entire writing movement that influenced where we are now. In the 1800s, we witnessed the creation and rise of the literary magazine and general content material out to the crowd for reading that didn't require going to a bookstore or spending a lot. The addition of writers of fiction and poets to printed works like these, as well as contests for more material like it, influenced artists in all neighborhoods who could receive papers. There was a mass market for your work, a way to be seen, and new ideas and stories were coming all the time. This created a demand for more papers. More papers created a demand for more material. More material being accepted led to more writers. More writers, of course, led to competition. Where there is competition, there are two forms of positive behavior: the building of new outlets so more submissions can be seen, and the strengthening of skill and
What are you guys watching?
The United Amateur Press Association and the National Amateur Press Association,
Oh,
which
okay.
rival, were the result of both behaviors.
Okay.
There was no guarantee of getting into all these big papers, but what if you wanted your material out there? What if you wanted to build up your skill, work with your peers, and just make something? What if you had access to a printing press or a method of printing yourself? Well, if you had the power to make what you wanted to see somewhere for your book to be shown, even if it wasn't in the Argosy, the Amateur Press Association was where you went. The press associations worked in this manner. You would submit a written piece yourself to become a member of the organization, which granted you a copy of the official organ of the association whenever a new issue would come out. This issue was like the front page of the community website, run by the heads of the group, and it included material they considered the best of the submissions in the community. It would also contain lists of members with their addresses and information on what they made, if they were making anything you could receive in the mail. This worked like a catalog. So if you wanted to subscribe to what they were making, you would send them a letter and receive copies of their work as well as the official organ of the association. This is an example of what most of these look like. A small wood pulp pamphlet or journal, kept together with just a few staples. Papers made by association members ran a major range of content, style, and quality, with so many using different materials and practices. Amateur press associations also granted writers the ability to form something crucial we've now witnessed in artist vein: social circles. Members of the organization would write to each other all the time, keeping the postal service and paper industry quite busy. An amateur press association truly was the internet community website of its day. It was a special interest, with member sign-ups, member-to-member communication, exchanging of work, a group of moderators with special roles and departments, and yes, arrangements for meetups. There would be an annual convention for each association that included voting for who would take over roles. It's easy to see just how beneficial this was for the horror field, and anybody who wanted to make new material. In this realm, anything goes. If you want to make it, do it. If you want to receive it, subscribe to it. If you want to talk to the mind behind it, send them a letter. And if you want to be seen and have your work out there in some way, you can. For a man struggling with connections and purpose as much as Howard Lovecraft at age 24, this was a miracle. To say the United Amateur Press Association changed his life would be an understatement. One might be able to say it very well saved his life. Here is a quote from Howard, written when he was 31. Amateur journalism has provided me with the very world in which I live. Of a nervous and reserved temperament, and cursed with an aspiration which far exceeds my endowments. I am a typical misfit in a larger world of endeavor, and seemingly unable to derive enjoyment from ordinary miscellaneous activities. In 1914, when the kindly hand of amateurdom was first extended to me, I was as close to the state of vegetation as any animal well can be. With the advent of the United, I obtained a renewed will to live, a new sense of existence as other than a superfluous weight, and found a sphere in which I could feel that my efforts were not wholly futile. For the first time, I could imagine that my clumsy gropings after art were a little more than faint cries in the unlistening void. Lovecraft occupied several positions in the official body of the UAPA, including president, on top of maintaining his own paper for a while. He wrote endlessly. Articles, essays, poetry, reviews. He came into the group and saw massive potential for anyone who wanted to become a known writer, and how the UAPA could be the proving grounds for practice, quality, the honing of skill, and the love for art. Here's what he had to say. The normal goal of the amateur writer is the outside world of letters, and the United should certainly be able to provide improved facilities for the progress of its members into the professional field. Our amateurs write purely for love of their art, without the stultifying influence of commercialism. Many of them are prominent professional authors in the outside world, but their professionalism never creeps into their association work. The atmosphere is wholly fraternal, and courtesy takes the place of currency. The United now aims at the development of its adherents in the direction of purely artistic literary perception and expression, to be affected by the encouragement of writing, the giving of constructive criticism, and the cultivation of correspondence friendships among scholars and aspirants capable of stimulating and aiding one another's efforts. It aims at the revival of the uncommercial spirit, the real creative thought which modern conditions have done their worst to suppress and eradicate. Mediocrity as a goal and standard, to place before its members the classical and the universal, and to draw their minds from the commonplace to the beautiful. The United aims to assist those whom other forms of literary influence cannot reach, the non-university man, the dwellers in different places. the recluse, the invalid, the very young, the elderly. All these are included within our scope. And besides our novices stand persons of mature cultivation and experience, ready to assist for the sheer joy of assisting. In no other society does wealth or previous learning count for so little. It is a university, stripped of every artificiality and conventionality, and thrown open to all without distinction. Here may every man shine according to his genius, and here may the small as well as the great writer know the bliss of appreciation and the glory of recognized achievements. The importance of people knowing about the existence of amateur press associations was so great to Howard that he proposed a high school and university outreach program. He formed letter-writing friendships with young people who wrote to him, encouraging their efforts and interests, recognizing that it was exactly what he needed when he was their age. He fought for the end of laziness in writing, and especially the eradication of attempts to gain prominence in the organization for popularity's sake, as he saw a lot of supposed writers who weren't writing doing their best to just hold positions in the community. And altogether, he pushed for originality and doing the absolute best you can. There would be no Fred Jacksons in his association. And this is, of course, where Lovecraft came to be the man we know today. What Baltimore was for Poe, the UAPA was for Lovecraft. He had a friend, W. Paul Cook, who urged Howard at the age of 26 to finally turn over some of his fiction. All he or anyone had ever seen was Howard's poetry and critical writing. Lovecraft sent him a copy of the story he wrote when he was 18, The Alchemist, and was immediately told he needed to write more often, and that The Alchemist ought to be published. Howard was quite bashful in his introduction to the piece when it finally turned up in the United Amateur, the main body of the association, but he had no reason to be, as it was well received. He began writing again, with the first piece being Dagon, written at 27. W. Paul Cook took it to be printed in his amateur press subscription, The Vagrant. It came with this introduction. In Dagon, in this issue of The Vagrant, Mr. Lovecraft steps into his own as a writer of fiction. In reading this story, 2 or 3 names of short story writers are immediately called to mind. First of all, of course, Poe. And Mr. Lovecraft, I believe, would be the first to acknowledge his allegiance to our American master. Second, Maupassant, and I am quite sure that Mr. Lovecraft would deny any kinship with the great Frenchman. Mr. Lovecraft with Dagon is not through as a contributor of fiction to the amateur press. He will never be as voluminous a fiction writer as a poet, but we may confidently expect to see him advance even beyond the high mark he has set.
You deserve more subs, yeah, I know that.
The floodgates were open.
Please sub me then.
Allowing any dark, dreary, or cosmic idea to come forward, and would continuously have his work printed in issues.
Tell people about me.
During this time, he made a lot of friendships by letter. Frank Belknap Long, Clark Ashton Smith, Samuel Loveman, and Robert A. Howard, just to name a few. He even got out of the house, traveling to conventions for the association and meetups with his friends, some of whom lived in New York City, which was just a few hours by train from Providence. He actually became quite the socialite and traveler during this period, almost as if he was making up for lost time in his teen years with the amount he ended up seeing friends and traveling, even going to visit locations he was interested in by himself at times. He made friends with another writer in the amateur field who lived in Providence, C.M. Eddy, and helped review his work. All of this led up to one of the most important events in Lovecraft's life, and truly the world of talk literature as a whole. In March of 1923, the first issue of Weird Tales was printed, a new magazine dedicated to horror, the macabre, and the type of story other magazines just wouldn't take. Howard had tried a few magazines here and there, but hadn't had very much luck getting anybody to take his work. He was a rock star among the UAPA and had notoriety even in its rival, the NAPA, but the magazine world just didn't seem to want him. His friends immediately jumped on him in a storm of letters when the first 2 issues of Weird Tales came out. This was a massive opportunity calling his name. He finally relented, submitting a few of his pieces. And in September, Weird Tales printed the letter he sent for his introduction, telling readers they'd be giving him a spotlight. Quite appropriately, the very first issue of Weird Tales bearing Howard's work came in the October issue of 1923, presenting Dagon to the world, the first new work he had made in his adult life. Weird Tales was a hit, and so was H.P. Lovecraft. He had a major string of publications in the title, and though not everything he sent in was taken, he quickly became known as a regular. The work also paid, and as Lovecraft's popularity grew, so did his payout. It didn't grant him enough to keep away the burden of poverty he experienced during his heyday with Weird Tales, but he would receive some 3-figure checks toward the end of his life. His work in Weird Tales also sometimes led to publication in other magazines, though it truly was rare. He was a star of the amateur press world who was a ground floor hit in a new genre magazine, But as always, it seemed the rest of the world didn't want him. There was one brief moment Howard wrote about, however, when he was acquainted with a Paramount Pictures representative who wanted to hear more about his writing for possibilities of adaptation. It didn't result in anything, but it was quite a high moment of recognition. The worst luck Howard had, however, was not that magazines outside Weird Tales wouldn't work with him. It was that every publishing attempt for books seemed to crash and burn, so much that he became dejected and cynical over it even when he made friends with August Derleth. Derleth was a published novelist who believed Howard deserved publication, and often urged him to reconsider his stance on trying again. Howard's final say on the matter to everybody who told him to publish was that if they wanted to give it a go by showing off his work, then they could do it, but he wasn't getting his heart set on it anymore. Like his idol Edgar Allan Poe, Lovecraft's life was cut short well before he had a chance to see a major rise to prominence. In 1937, Howard developed severe stomach pains that confined him to bed. Doctors were called too late to help, aside from doing what they could to alleviate his suffering. It has been determined that what Howard came down with was intestinal cancer. He was found dead on the morning of March 15, 1937. News traveled fast among his peers, as one of Howard's aunts was still alive to take care of him in his final days and knew who rang. When August Derleth found out, he was at a train station and sat down on the platform, processed the loss, and immediately began thinking of how to immortalize Lovecraft. He contacted their mutual friend, Donald Landry, and the two set about collecting as much of his printed work as possible. Derleth went to his publisher and pitched the idea of a 2-volume set. They were very sympathetic to what Derleth wanted to do, but informed him that a 2-volume edition just wasn't going to be possible. Unwilling to compromise his vision, Derleth went to another publisher and again was turned down. That's when he realized he had to handle things the Amateur Press Association way. Do it yourself. He and Landry partnered to make their own press, named Arkham House in honor of Howard's fictional town. They published a 2-volume set, titled The Outsider and Others, in 1939 at a print run of 1,268 copies. Its price was a bit steep, most likely to ensure the ability of Arkham House to continue its mission and afford other authors a chance, but it did sell its full print run over the course of 4 years and got good reviews, including a glowing review from Thomas Olive Mabbitt in the journal American Literature, who was the leading authority at that time on Edgar Allan Poe. Derleth and Landry were not content to just honor Lovecraft. They had a chance to make a breakout for everyone who was stuck in Weird Tales territory. They approached Frank Belknap Long, Clark Ashton Smith, and others, and got all of them into print. Their efforts were tough, operating under constant pressure in attempts to climb into profitability, but eventually it paid off in spades. In December of 1943, the editor of Astounding Tales contacted Derleth about reprinting Lovecraft's work for his own company, in paperback. They worked on a list of material and came up with The Weird Shadow over Innsmouth and Other Stories of the Supernatural. It only had 5 tales, but paperback novels were an industry miracle, and Tremaine ordered a print run of 100,000. In November of 1944, he called to propose a second volume, which meant only one thing. The first print run actually sold. Lovecraft made a profit. Then came William Targ from World Publishing Company, who also wanted a Lovecraft collection. That edition was in hardcover, and by the end of 1946, it had sold 67,254 copies. In hardcover. By mid-1949, the sales record hit 73,716. Arkham House had done it. They saved Lovecraft, finally got him the recognition he had worked his entire life for, and made a jailbreak for everyone else in his circle. Weird Tales had made all of them strong enough to have an audience, and Arkham House was in turn supported by that audience and given the strength to reach the world. The importance of Arkham House is even deeper than just Lovecraft. The very first book that hit the market by Ray Bradbury was published by Arkham House. The company circulated old material by heroes Lovecraft and his peers admired, ensuring that their names stayed alive too. At the same time, Weird Tales was doing great. It continued for a number of years until it ran aground in 1954, but played dead or alive for decades after. No matter its status, its legacy is real, providing generations of creators endless inspiration and giving a paying outlet for writers who knew they would be read. And sometimes, their work would even be illustrated. The tradition of Gothic literature and dark storytelling was granted its next torchbearer shortly after Lovecraft left this realm. From Providence, Rhode Island, we head north again to Portland, Maine. It is September 21st, 1947, and Stephen King has just been born. The emergence of King into our town should resonate immediately. He is our living torchbearer and has produced more adapted works and sold more books than any of his inspirations. It, The Shining, Pet Cemetery, Salem's Lot, Carrie, and that's just the smallest sample. But before all of that, he was a child, a reader with dreams to be a writer, and thanks to his reflective non-fiction book on the field of horror, Dance Macabre, we have key moments of development in his own words, picking up where we just left off. As with the movies, the golden age of weird fiction had passed in the 30s, when Weird Tales was at the peak of its influence and quality, not to mention its circulation, publishing the fiction of Clark Ashton Smith, the young Robert Bloch, Dr. David H. Keller, and of course the 20th century horror story's dark and baroque prince, H.P. Lovecraft. I will not offend those who have followed weird fiction over a span of 50 years by suggesting that horror disappeared in the 1940s. Indeed, it did not. Arkham House had then been founded by the late August Derleth, and Arkham published what I regard as its most important works in the period 1939 to 1950. Works including Lovecraft's The Outsider and Beyond the Wall of Sleep, Henry S. Whitehead's Jumbie, The Opener of a Bay and Pleasant Dreams by Robert Bloch, and Ray Bradbury's Dark Carnival. For me, on a cold fall day in 1959 or 1960, the attic over my aunt and uncle's garage was the place where that interior dowling rod suddenly turned over, where the compass needle swung emphatically towards some mental truth. That was the day I happened to come on a box of my father's books, paperbacks from the mid-40s. My mother told me that while he would go around with a paperback western stuffed into his back pocket, his real interest was in science fiction and horror stories. He tried his own hand at a number of tales of this type, submitting them to the popular men's magazines of the day, Blue Book and Argosy among them. He ultimately published nothing, but he did get several personal rejection notes. The box I found that day was a treasure trove of old Avon paperbacks. Avon in those days was the one paperback publisher committed to fantasy and weird fiction. One of those books was an Avon sampler. The word anthology was apparently considered too esoteric for readers of this sort of material to grasp. It contained stories by Frank Belknap Long, The Hounds of Titulus, Celia Bishop, The Curse of Yig, and a host of other tales culled from the early days of Weird Tales magazine. Two of the others were novels by A. Merritt, Burn Witch Burn and The Middle Monster. The pick of the litter, however, was an H.P. Lovecraft collection. I am no longer sure of the title, but I remember the picture on the cover very well. A cemetery, somewhere near Providence, one assumes. At night, and coming out from beneath a tombstone, a loathsome green thing with long fangs and burning red eyes. Behind it, suggested but not graphically drawn, was a tunnel leading down into the bowels of the earth. That box of books wasn't my first encounter with horror, of course. I think that in America, you would have to be blind and deaf not to have come in contact with at least one creature or boogie by the age of 10 or 12. But it was my first encounter with serious fantasy horror fiction. Lovecraft has been called a hack, a description I would dispute vigorously, but whether he was or wasn't, and whether he was a writer of popular fiction or a writer of so-called literary fiction, depending on your critical bent, really doesn't matter very much in this context, because either way, the man himself took his work seriously, and it showed. So that book, courtesy of my departed father, was my first taste of a world that went deeper than the B pictures which played out in movies on Saturday afternoon, or the boys' fiction of Carl Carmer and Roy Rockwell. When Lovecraft wrote The Rats in the Walls and Pickman's Model, he wasn't simply kidding around or trying to pick up a few extra bucks. He meant it, and it was his seriousness as much as anything else which that interior dowsing rod responded to, I think. I took the books out of the attic with me. My aunt, who was a grammar school teacher and the soul of practicality down to her shoes, disapproved of them strenuously, but I held on to them. A week or two later, all of those books disappeared, and I never saw them again. I've always suspected that my Aunt Ethelyn might have been an unindicted co-conspirator in that case. Not that it mattered in the long run. I was on my way. Lovecraft, courtesy of my father, opened the way for me, as he had done for others. Robert Bloch, Clark Ashton Smith, Frank Belknap Long, Fritz Leiber, and Ray Bradbury among them. And while Lovecraft, who died before the Second World War, could fulfill many of his visions of unimaginable horror, does not figure largely in this book, the reader would do well to remember that it is his shadow, so long and gone, and his eyes, so dark and puritanical, which overlie almost all of the important horror fiction that has come since. It is his eyes I remember best from the first photograph of him I ever saw. Eyes like those in the old portraits that still hang in many New England houses. Black eyes which seem to look inward as well as outward. It is sometimes asked by those who don't know Lovecraft why it is that he's celebrated. The answer is very long, and there are many points to it. But here you see one that matters deeply to the entire modern realm of horror and dark imagination. H.P. Lovecraft made Stephen King. A major result of Lovecraft's work, of course, was Arkham House, which we know gave the first publishing deal to Ray Bradbury and got his name out there. Here's another bit from King. My experience with real horror came at the hands of Ray Bradbury. It was an adaptation of his story Mars is Heaven on Dimension X. This would have been broadcast around 1951, which would have been even 4 at the time. I asked to listen and was denied permission by my mother. It's on too late, she said. It would be much too upsetting for a little boy your age. I crept down to the door to listen anyway, and she was right. It was plenty upsetting. I didn't sleep in my bed that night. That night I slept in the doorway, where the real and rational light of the bathroom bulb could shine on my face. And of course, we can't forget the true original and his influence on King, can we? Howard would throw a fit if we left it out. This one comes from Stephen King's memoir, On Writing. Horror movies, science fiction movies, movies about teenage gangs on the prowl, movies about losers on motorcycles. This was the stuff that turned my dials up to 10. The place to get all this was not at the Empire on the upper end of Lisbon Street, but at the Ritz down at the lower end. Sometimes I went with my friend Chris Chesley. Sometimes I went alone, but unless I was sick or something, I always went. Chris and I liked just about any horror movie, but our films were the string of American international films, most directed by Roger Corman, with titles cribbed from Edgar Allan Poe. Chris and I had our own name for these films, one that made them into a separate genre. There were westerns, there were love stories, there were war stories, and there were Poe pictures. Of all the Poe pictures, the one that affected Chris and me most deeply was The Pit and the Pendulum. Written by Richard Matheson and filmed in both widescreen and Technicolor, color horror pictures were still a rarity in 1961 when this one came out. Pit took a bunch of standard Gothic ingredients and turned them into something special. On the long hitch home that night, I had a wonderful idea. I would turn The Pit and the Pendulum into a book. But novelize it as Monarch Books had novelized such undying film classics as Jack the Ripper, Gorgo, and Carter. I wouldn't just write this masterpiece. I would print it using the drum press in our basement and sell copies at school. I turned out my novel version of The Pit and the Pendulum in 2 days, composing directly onto the stencils from which I print. Although no copies of that particular masterpiece survive, I believe it was 8 pages long, each page single-spaced and paragraph breaks kept to an absolute minimum. I printed shades on both sides, just as in a standard book, and added a title page on which I drew a rudimentary pendulum dripping small black blotches which I hoped would look like blood. I ran off about 40 copies of The Pit and the Pendulum, blissfully unaware that I was in violation of every plagiarism and copyright statute in the history of the world. Finally, we can find the influence of the only piece of the written word's big picture we're missing, which has quite a lot to do with pictures. As a kid, I cut my teeth on William B. Gaines' horror comics. Weird Science, Tales from the Crypt, Tales from the Vault, plus all the Gaines imitators. Those horror comics of the 50s still sum up for me the epitome of horror, an emotion of fear that underlies terror. One of the ways that Stephen King and his predecessors differ is that King did what others never could. He got into multiple non-literary magazines. Throughout his late teens and college years, King would submit to plenty of titles, anything that took short fiction in the vein of what he offered. That came with the territory of having to submit to a lot of gentlemen's magazines with titles like Dude, Cavalier, Adam, and Swag, as well as Hugh Hefner's legacy, but that's where King raised himself up as a writer on his way to submitting manuscripts. In the meantime, he found work at a laundromat during the summer and as a high school English teacher the rest of the year. Students have reminisced that the day he came in after finding out he sold his first novel, Carrie, he had a daisy in his shirt pocket. He finished the school year out too. Carrie was accepted in the spring of 1973 and published in 1974 by Doubleday. Next came Salem's Lot, The Shining, and a career that hasn't stopped since. King is still writing, still publishing, and more relevant than he's ever been. To attempt a fully exhaustive exploration of the realm of dark horror's writing tradition would be terrifying in itself. There are many branches to this tree, and more lines of lineage exist. The goal tonight was to attempt to find the main line, to trace the path from the big names and see if they entangled, and it was truly revealing. Not only were the inspirations found in those they inspired, the patterns and lessons of this field emerged. Thank you for visiting tonight for this special October endeavor, and I hope you enjoy an even more special Halloween treat along with it. Some members of our community have taken advantage of a recent upload of the original issues of Weird Tales and sorted them by date into a master list by year and issue. You can spend this October exploring one of the deepest roots of the horror genre and imagining what it must have been like to celebrate Halloween in Lovecraft's time and when Stephen King was a kid. The link is in the video description below. Please, do tell me in the comments what you find inside. And in celebration of this year's theme and the enduring legacy of Weird Tales, I offer you the Wicked Roots Weird Tales cover. This is a design available right now in my Teespring store for a variety of items, including a poster edition that's marked down to the only appropriate price, $10.31. I've already seen viewers picking up shirts of this design, and they look great. You can use the merchandise bar below the video or the link in the description. Lastly, be sure to visit the Nightmind office and the new Pop-Base app. It's free on iOS and Android, and I've got some exclusive content on it for you, including 2 videos, one of which is a 19-minute Wicked Roots special exploring the history of the horror host. You can download right now and check out my base to watch that, play games, take quizzes, look at photos with special commentary, and chat with me for a while. That's it for now, everyone. Thanks to you, and thanks to all my supporters on Patreon, who made sure I had a prime supply of pumpkin spice coffee to fuel all my efforts this month. If you join Patreon, even for just $1 a month, you'll gain access to those videos on Pop-Base as well as supporting the channel and the work I do for it. No matter what you give, it's extremely helpful, and I'm incredibly grateful. Stick around to the end of this video to see all of these awesome creatures of the night. Thanks again for joining me in the dark again this lovely October evening. Once more, I'm Nick Nocturne, and I'll have another weird tale or two for you.
Time for bed,
soon.
I think.
Enjoy your journey
Enjoy
into
the chicken
archives
times.
and sleep tight.
Bye.
Sorry, are you streaming?
I am streaming, yes. What were we saying?
I'm just talking to myself and the bird. And... Sorry. Just...
You want to see how my my thing's going?
Cool.
Yeah. It's coming out. I like the kind of in between painted and photograph it is.
Why give
That's a very fun idea.
to an author
Thanks.
after reading their entire novel, when you can judge them harshly based on a single paragraph on page 1? How dare they read a book in the first place? Scorn them. Scorn them without attempting to read their whole work. Naughty, naughty criminal bookmakers. Welcome to Nightmind. Listeners, as many of you know, being frequent users of devices that distance you from other humans so as not to be overcome with the pain of physical proximity, social interaction is a complex labyrinth of awkward exchanges and
This video is brought to you by NordVPN, voted best VPN in 2019 and recommended by top technology experts. So for this video, we're going to be following along the conservation of a painting that actually didn't look that bad when it came into the studio. There were no holes or tears or other major structural damage. The paint layer was stable, there wasn't a lot of loss, and by all accounts it was really just dirty. It looked as if the old natural resin varnish had yellowed and browned over time. And there was a lot of crackly work, but that wasn't a great concern. The painting had been mounted to a relatively low quality 1/4-inch plywood, but as you've seen in videos past, that's not that big of a deal. You can take the painting off the plywood or the fire off the paint. Now this artist, Matthias Alton, is a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, and by virtue of proximity here in Chicago, I've seen hundreds of his works. And that familiarity led me to have some concerns about this piece, because it didn't look like Alton left it like this. That is, somebody else had worked on this painting in the past. And as I started to make some tests on that varnish layer, I discovered that varnish, it was not. It was polyurethane. And of all the things that I hate, including staples, polyurethane is right up there. Because it's not a reversible product. Now you can try to use chemicals to soften it, or to remove it, but they're incredibly aggressive, and they can do damage to the painting. And so, after making several tests, it became clear that there was only one way that I was going to be able to remove this polyurethane coating, and that was going to be scrapping. Now, the saving grace is that whoever applied this polyurethane to the painting did it atop a dirty painting. And that is, there's some varnish residue or surface grime that was sitting atop this paint. And that's really important because polyurethane forms a mechanical bond to whatever it touches, with a chemical bond. And so the surface of this painting, all of that impasto, that is the texture of the brush, with all those little nooks and crannies, provide a ton of surface area for this polyurethane to adhere to. And the fact that this painting is coated with no varnish or had some surface grime on it prevented this polyurethane from forming an extremely strong bond with the painting. That is, it bonded primarily to the old varnish and surface grime. And that old varnish and surface grime acted as kind of a release agent. And that release agent made it possible for me to use an incredibly sharp scalpel to slowly chip away at this bond. Now, as easy as it looks, let me assure you, it is not easy. And that was something that I had to raise with my client. Anytime you have to remove polyurethane from a painting, there runs a very high risk of damage to the painting. Whether you're using chemical stripping agents or solvents or mechanical means, even if you're incredibly delicate and work very slowly, there's still a chance that some damage occurs. This polyurethane is bonded to that old varnish, but in some places it's bonded to the paint itself. And as you can see, even if you're chipping little specks of it, some of that polyurethane is going to pull onto some of the original paint. And there's just no way to avoid that. I can use a sharp blade, I can go down slow, and if that polyurethane is grabbing onto that paint, there is a chance that it's going to pull it. Now, I talked to my client extensively about this, and that's really important because this is the type of project where even if you have a good plan, even if you have good practices and techniques, and even if you've done it before, there's just no predicting how it's going to turn out. After all, these are unique objects made by people, and so there's always an X factor when you work on a case like this. So I had a long discussion with my client about the realities of this case, that in the best case scenario, we would end up with a gorgeous painting underneath that had no damage. But in worst case scenario, the client had to understand that this painting could be damaged. That even if I take all precautions, there is a possibility that this conservation will not be successful. And I needed my client to be very clear about that reality. And luckily, my client trusted me and said, go ahead, I want to see what you can do, and indemnified me from any losses, and I started to work on this piece. Now, had I any concern that the risk of failure was higher than the risk of success, I wouldn't have taken on this project. But I've worked on literally hundreds of different paintings, and I know that they're incredibly well painted, well built, and really good buzz. Plus, I've done this before. I've removed polyurethane by scraping many, many times. And all of those factors, combined with my experience, led me to believe that this would be a successful project, even if it wasn't 100% perfect 100% of the time. So, I started scraping. And it looks pretty easy, but rest assured it's incredibly difficult. It's a delicate balance of force and resistance, and making sure that you are moving fluidly, but not too fast, and kind of present in the moment. This is definitely not one where I'm zoning out to podcasts or listening to music. I was working in silence, trying to focus on the work at hand as much as I could. That said, it's an incredibly long and tedious process that at times was unbelievably frustrating and had me banging my head against the wall. A big part of conservation is protection, and not only for paintings. I'm talking about for myself. And so while this crazy mask protects me when I'm using hazardous materials, NordVPN protects me when I'm on. So what is a VPN? Well, you know in the movies when they're trying to trace someone's location and it keeps bouncing from country to country? Well, it's kind of like that. When you get online, all your traffic passes through your ISP servers, which means they can see and log everything you do online. They may hand your browser history over to advertisers, government agencies, or third parties. NordVPN redirects your traffic to your specially configured remote server. This way, NordVPN hides your IP address and encrypts all the data you send and receive. Encrypted data looks like gibberish to anyone who intercepts it. With over 5,500 super-fast servers around the world using double data encryption, NordVPN ensures that no matter where you are, laptop, desktop, or mobile device, or what you're doing, you are protected. So, if you're tired of leaving yourself vulnerable online, NordVPN has you covered. Get 70% off NordVPN, only $3.49 a month. Plus, you get an additional 2 months free at nordvpn.com/Julian with coupon code ROL. So, back to the mind-numbing scraping. And I'm only half joking when I say mind-numbing. I would generally only work on this for about an hour at a time, usually in the morning, first thing when I got in, phone off the hook, no music playing, no podcasts, because I wanted to be fully aware and conscious of what I was doing. I was fully engaged in the scraping process. But that takes a lot of energy, and it's really stressful, and that's why you can only work on it for so much time. Plus, you start to go cross-eyed, looking down and scraping for so long. But I want to make sure that I was fully aware and present with this process. I also mentioned that some parts were easier to remove than others. The sky and the areas where the figures were much easier to remove than the area of the brown, and I suspect that's just because the polyurethane had a better purchase on paint. And as you can see here, no matter how slowly I'm going, no matter how delicate I am, some of that paint is being lifted off. All of those little brown spots in the yellow polyurethane, that's original paint that's being lost. And I'm not scraping the surface of the paint. My blade isn't coming in contact with it. The edge isn't. I'm using my blade kind of as a wedge to get under the polyurethane and chip it up. But unfortunately, that polyurethane is really strong, and so it's taking some paint with it. And this is really frustrating because as a conservator, this is not what you want to have happen. You don't want any of the original to be damaged. And also, this means that I now have a lot more retouching to do to address all of these areas of loss. And so, this project was a really hard one to do because it was really, really emotionally frustrating, not just difficult to scraping. But I can take umbrage in the fact that I don't feel like I'm responsible for that damage. I feel like the damage is the responsibility of the party that applied this polyurethane to the painting. That is, when they applied that polyurethane, they set into motion a series of events that now I'm just cleaning up. That is, they planted a landmine, and I'm just now stepping into it.
Wow, it's so much prettier
So I'm
than
going to
you.
do the best I can removing this polyurethane, and then I'm going to do the best I can with retouching. But this is a situation where you kind of have to sigh and say, it is what it is. Now, I also mentioned that some spots were more difficult to remove than others, and in those areas, I switched from scraping with a scalpel to using a different technique. And for those areas, I was using a hot air pencil. And a hot air pencil is a tool that projects a superheated stream of air. And this air can be heated up to anywhere from 120 degrees to 1,000 degrees. Now, I'm definitely not using 1,000 degrees here because I'd not only melt the painting, but I would probably burn myself as well. I'm using a relatively low heat, and I'm doing so in hopes that it's going to soften up this polyurethane enough that I can peel it back and remove it with less losses than if it was cold and brittle. Because these are areas that I discovered had a really, really strong bond. And trying to chip them off when the polyurethane was cold and brittle just wasn't working. The polyurethane was too well bonded to the paint, and it was taking off too much paint, which is why I switched to the hot air pencil. Now, the hot air pencil is not a perfect tool. As you can see, some paint is still being lost. And that just goes to show how strong this polyurethane is. Now, if there were any other technique that would get this polyurethane off with no damage, I would have switched to that in a heartbeat. But I have a lot of experience removing polyurethane from paintings, and there are really only two ways to do it: chemically or mechanically. And chemically usually doesn't work with paintings. Unlike on wood, where you can coat the entire thing with an industrial grade stripper and let it sit overnight and come back with a scraper and just kind of scrape it all off. If you did that with a painting, you'd be left with bare canvas at the end of the day. I can't sand it off with a random orbital sander like I could on a piece of wood because, again, I just have a raw piece of canvas. So scraping and chipping a hot air pencil is the best that we have at this point. Now, at some point in the future, if a better technique or approach comes along, I will be the first to jump on board because I have probably lost more years of my life in frustration scraping polyurethane off of paintings than I care to admit. But, like I said, it is what it is. So, with all this polyurethane now finally removed, we can start to get a glimpse of what the painting is supposed to look like. We can see that there's actually some color underneath there. And that's really, really rewarding. Because getting a first glimpse of the painting without all of that brown on it makes me feel like all of this effort has been worth it. But the work isn't over yet. I still have to remove this painting from the plywood. And so I'm going to face the painting, and you've seen me do this many times before using a reversible adhesive and washi coating. And in a nutshell, this is meant to not only protect the paint layer, but also make sure that any of it is detached from the canvas during the removal process. It's not lost, that is, it's bonded to this piece of paper, and so when I remove the paper, I can save the piece of canvas, the piece of paint that was detached. Now once this is dry, I will start to remove the painting from the pot. And I've made some initial tests before I face the painting, and this is not one of those cases where I'm going to break out the power tools or the router sled and remove the wood from the painting, because I got lucky. Really lucky. And so as difficult as removing that polyurethane from the face of the painting was, removing the painting from the plywood was so much easier. And if you can't tell, I was very, very happy because I was exhausted at working with this painting. And the last thing I wanted was another really difficult process. The adhesive that they used was a standard rabbit skin glue adhesive, and they first bonded the original canvas to a very thin piece of what looks like cotton muslin or something. And the adhesive that they used was very thin, wasn't a lot of it, and over time had become very brittle and would break. And so I could use a palette knife and scalpels, just very slowly work in there and detach the painting from that And like I said, this was an incredible relief because if I had to scrape off layers of plywood from the back of this painting, I might have thrown either myself or the painting out of the window. I know I'm on the first floor, so it doesn't have the same weight it did in my old studio when I was on the 7th floor, but I think you get the gist. Sometimes there are projects that just don't play nice. Every step of the way is frustrating, and the painting fights you. And I thought that this was going to be that way when I started scraping. And so to find that the adhesive that was used to glue the painting to the plywood was very cooperative. It was a blessing and a big sigh of relief. Now, that said, I still had to get the thing off, and I had to go slowly because the last thing I wanted to do was put a hole in the canvas or tear it or put any undue stress on that painting. But working slowly, I was able to detach all of that adhesive from the canvas and that piece of fabric and successfully remove the original from this piece of plywood. And that plywood went straight into the garbage. There's nothing of value there. There's no forensic analysis that would be redeeming. It just gets thrown away. Now once the painting is fully removed from that plywood, I now have to remove that adhesive from the canvas. And just a minute ago, when I was singing the praises of the rabbit skin glue adhesive being relatively thin and degraded and easy to remove, well, I may have spoken too soon, because the only way for me to get this off of this canvas is, again, scraping. Now, I could expose this rabbit skin glue to moisture. I could use lapinite or felt pads or directly apply water to it to reactivate that adhesive and soften it up. But I don't want to do that because if I reactivate that adhesive, it could probably penetrate down into the canvas, whereas right now it's just sitting on the surface. And if it penetrates down into that canvas, it's going to make some of the next steps that I do more difficult, if not impossible. And so for this, I'm just going to have to scrape. And this takes a lot less focus and attention than scraping off the face of the painting, but it still does require me to be fully present. Now it may look like I'm being really aggressive, but that blade is just gliding over the surface of the canvas. And I just want that brittle glue to break up and detach. Now I've used wire brushes in the past, I've used dental tools in the past, but my favorite tool is just a very sharp scalpel, and let it rake over that canvas, break up that rabbit skin glue, and leave a raw canvas to me. So, clean off all that rabbit skin glue, the obligatory dusting towards the camera lens that I know everybody loves. And now I can take this painting over to my hot table and address the crack of wood. I'm using moisture, heat, and pressure, or what I call a vapor treatment. I am able to soften that canvas and relax those cracks. And I'm keeping the facing on here because the amount of heat that I'm applying to this painting is really, really low. It's maybe 100 degrees. And that adhesive is activated at about 150 degrees. But I want to keep it there because it's going to provide extra support. So I'll turn the pressure up, and then I'll lower it, and then I'll allow it to sit. I'm using a piece of balsa wood just to make sure any of the extra air is extracted from that envelope. And now, with the vapor treatment complete, the painting resting under weights for several days, I can remove the facing. Now the facing is activated by heat or by solvent, and so I could have heated the painting up and peeled it off. But in this case, I'm just using the solvent because I don't want to subject this painting to 150 degrees and then peel off that facing. You can see there's a lot of adhesive still left on the surface, which is a good thing. It means that I had a really good bond with the paint there. But unfortunately, all of that adhesive does need to come off. And so once I get that facing completely removed, I'll use some cotton balls and the appropriate solvent to to slowly remove the excess adhesive. And the solvent used to remove this adhesive is really mild and it won't run the risk of damage to the painting. So with the adhesive all removed, I can now do an impregnation. And I'm using, again, a heat-activated conservation adhesive. And it's been thinned down to the appropriate consistency, and now I'm just rolling it across the entire back of the painting. And what I want is for the canvas to soak up all of this adhesive. I want it to penetrate through all of the nooks and crannies and voids, up into all of those cracks. I'll let it dry, and then I'll put it back on the hot pan. Turn the heat up to 150, create the envelope, extract the air, and force all of that adhesive up into and around all the cracks. Once the painting reaches temperature, I'll turn the hot table off and allow it to cool. And then once it's cool, all of the areas of paint that are potentially loose or unstable are permanently bonded.
Hey, what's up?
Yo yo yo!
Now, I mentioned that this painting was
Doing
dirty, and that was a saving grace.
chicken.
It was. And now I have to get rid of all of that dirt.
It's coming together, man.
Really,
I think it's coming together.
probably a lot of the old varnish or surface grime was lifted off when the polyurethane came in. But you can see that it's dirty enough that it makes a big difference. Now, you can also see that there are still a lot of little pieces of polyurethane still on the surface of the painting. And that was because I didn't see those or I wasn't able to get them off. But now, with the painting fully clean, I can see all the little spots that I've missed. So, back to scraping. Sharp blade, going slowly, working one spot at a time, I can scrape off, chip off, shave off the existing polyurethane. And as I do this, the painting starts to come together. And that is, all these little distractions slowly start to disappear. And I start to get a better idea of colors and the forms and just overall what the painting was supposed to look like before it was coated with polyurethane. Now, at this point in the process, I am just about sick and tired of scraping, and it takes a ton of discipline and focus to be present and make sure you don't do any damage. But there's no way around it, and this is one of those cases where the heat gun will definitely do more damage than I want, because these pieces are so small, and the heat that comes out of the hot air pencil is kind of indiscriminate. It's somewhat targeted, but still, you can't really control a blast of hot air. If it wasn't clear that I wasn't having much fun doing this, I think this makes it clear. There are a lot of people who said that they would be very excited to do this all day long. But trust me, after 7 or 8, 10 or 15 hours of scraping, you'd feel like that. So once all of that polyurethane is finally off, I can start to think about putting the painting back together. And where there is raw canvas, I have to apply a ground medium before I can apply the fill-in medium, because the fill-in won't stick very well to the raw canvas. So here I'm just applying a little bit of ground, and then the fill-in medium will go on those areas. If only I could work this fast. So onto the fill-in medium, and this medium is going to go on, and because of that, ground is going to bond really well. And putting a fill-in medium is really important, because if I don't, this canvas is going to look like the surface of Mars. It's going to be all pockmarked, and it's just not going to be good for a raking light. And even though we view paintings head on, we still look at them from all angles. And if from a raking light, or as the viewer approaches the painting, they see a textural anomaly, that's going to take away from their ability to appreciate the image. So, wherever there is overfill must be removed. And this is done with cotton swabs. And again, just very slowly, very delicately. I want to make sure that I'm removing as much of this filling medium as possible. I just want it in the areas where the paint's been lost. And again, thanks to the
Can you explain what is it?
modern editing, I
This
working very
is
fast.
for the FF Collective. It is a charity art book where you have anthropomorphic characters in different fashion outfits, and the proceeds go towards LGBT's charity.
Now, next step in putting this painting back together is a strip line. And this is necessary because the original tapping edges were lost. I suspect that they were cut off when the painting was glued to that piece of poly.
So right now I'm just piecing together
Belgian linen. And
my
I
image,
glue the edges
basically.
because A, it gives me more surface area for
And
the
nice.
pencil,
Yeah.
and B, it softens the edge of that canvas so that it doesn't telegraph through the original canvas to the face. I'm using a heat-activated adhesive film, and I iron it onto the original canvas, and then I'm going to apply the strip lining canvas and iron that on as well. And once that adhesive cools, that bond is incredibly strong. But more importantly, it's flexible. And so, being flexible means that as the canvas moves, that adhesive will too. So you're not going to get any areas where the adhesive constricts the canvas and distorts it. Now, once the strip lining is all complete, I can start the stretching of the painting. Now, this painting did not have an original stretcher, as we remember, so I had to have a custom-built stretcher manufactured for this piece. This is a sugar pine stretcher, which is a fast-growing, clear pine. It's very lightweight, it's very stable, it's a really beautiful stretcher. And the painting will get put on a stretcher. I'll put a couple of tacks in the center of each length, making sure that the middle of the painting is taut. And then I'll slowly start to work my way out from the center towards the edges. And this is a very old, this ancient technique of stretching a canvas that ensures that there are no waves or ripples in the main body of the canvas. But that's not to say it is a perfect method. There's a lot of debate about the best method of stretching the canvas. But if you keep even tension, you can get great results using this approach. And you can see I'm not using the pulling pliers because I don't want to subject this painting to a ton of tension. It's a small painting and I can get enough tension with my hands, and later on when I key the painting out, I can add more tension. I'm just tidying up the corners, folding them in and under so that they look good. Obviously, this is the type of painting that will get a frame, so this type of attention to detail probably maybe isn't necessary. It's always necessary for me.
What are you
But
listening in
on
the
more modern
background?
pieces that
Some
can
guy
have
restoring a painting.
this kind of tight corner is a much bigger deal.
Baumgartner Restoration. He's just like he just got like this painting that was like really old and needed to be like cleaned up. And he's talking about restoring it.
Don't really provide much by way of structural support, but it's easy to remove if ever need be, and it looks pretty tidy. Again, making sure things look tidy, if you hadn't guessed, is something that I'm very fond of. And so cleaning up these corners where the strip lining canvas overlaps is something that I take great pride in. I think it's a sign of high quality workmanship and attention to detail. And now on to keying. Now because this is a traditional wooden keyable stretcher support, those joints where the wood meets aren't glued or nailed. They're free floating. And they have those little mortises, and I can stick one of these wedges or keys into that mortise and I can tap it down. And when I tap it down, that key forces the expansion of that joint. You can see it right there. And that expansion of that joint adds tension to the painting such that it's not slack. Now I'm binding those keys because I don't want them to ever get lost or fall out, potentially wedge themselves in between the stretcher and the canvas and create a bulge. Now, I've applied an isolation layer to this painting, but you didn't see it because I forgot to film it. Trust me, it's there. But in this case, it's serving a different purpose. The isolation layer that I was using is a heavy molecular weight resin. And that is, it's got a thicker consistency. It's more like corn syrup than it is like water. And because of that, it can fill in some of those little divots, those little voids that I didn't fill in with the filling unit. And that's important because it helps unify the surface. That is, it helps make the surface of the painting a little bit more level so that under a raking light you don't see some of those little divots or imperfections. Now, the retouching process, as you have seen, is slow, and it is a lot of trial and error. Try mixing a color, see if it works. Yes, no, go back to the palette, change it. Warmer, cooler, darker, lighter, more yellow, more green, more purple, more blue, so on and so forth until you get something that works. And when you get something that works, in this case, I'm trying to use it as much as possible. So when Alton painted this painting, he mixed a lot of these colors on the canvas. That is, painted wet on wet. So there's a lot of blending going on in this sky. Which means that it's not simply a matter of mixing one color and then just using it all throughout the sky. Just about every centimeter or so, the color slightly changes. It goes a little bit more yellow, maybe it goes a little bit more purple, or the cerulean is more intense, or maybe it's more black. So anytime I get a color that works, I want to search around the painting to see if there's another area that I can use that color before I change it and move on to another spot. That is, if I mix the right bluish white yellow color, I'd like to use it up before I change it to bluish white pink, because if I have to mix that bluish white yellow again, that's doubly amount of work. So I'm going through, just adding dots of color, and as you can see, it's starting to unify that sky. There's a lot of work left to be done, but even just getting rid of some of those minor distractions allows you to start to see the clouds in the sky where before you were just seeing the damage. And that's kind of the magic of retouching. All this is reversible, as always, so if somebody wants to come back and undo this, they can. Not sure why they would, but who knows? It's not mine to say. I mentioned when I was scraping that I was frustrated because it was going to mean a lot of retouching, and it was a lot of retouching. Just like the scraping, retouching takes so much focus and so much attention that it's something that you can't spend all day doing, especially because you just go brain dead looking at the same thing. You're not really looking at the painting writ large, you're just looking at these tiny little areas to retouch. So it's not like staring at a gorgeous painting all day long. It's just staring at all these little areas of damage all day long. So I generally try to limit my sessions of retouching to about an hour to 2 hours. Now, when you get a day,
You're right.
everything is
Okay.
100%.
Thank you.
Perfect. You want to keep things loose. You may want to push it a little longer, and in those days, maybe I'll do 3 hours or 4 hours of retouching, but that's usually my limit. Partially because I just don't like sitting still for 4 hours. Kind of a antsy person, so I gotta move around. But also, after about 4 hours, you're really just emotionally, intellectually done with retouching. And particularly in a painting like this where it's just little dots, if it was the recreation of a face or retouching a hand that had some big losses, that could be really fun. There's some excitement in that. There's engagement. But these little dots, I don't want to say that it's boring, but it's just not all that stimulating. And so it makes it a little bit more tedious. So I just try to limit the amount of retouching I have in one day. And I'll work a little bit and then I'll switch to another project. And you can see as I mix the colors, my palette looks like a hot mess. It looks like a garbage dump. But because all of those paints can be reactivated with solvent, all of those colors can be reused. And so what looks like a garbage dump or a hot steamy mess is actually a real big asset. Because instead of having to mix every color over, I can start with what's on my palette and adjust it or change it. So I'm kind of cheating the process. I'm already halfway there. In addition, these paints are expensive and I don't want to waste them if I don't have to. The one thing about mixing color is that sometimes it's not as straightforward as
Why is it hard to make friends as an adult?
Like,
I moved to a new city and feel awful lonely.
It is difficult because adults have inherently less free time. You have to make money for a living, so you have less free time. And so it's tough.
Understanding that color A
And
is
you
really
don't
using
also have anybody like
E, F, Q, and Z.
providing instruction
Makes a big difference.
on
Because a
how
lot of
to
them
make
can
friends,
see the
or like you don't
parts
have like
of
a
the
class that you're all
not just the
taking,
so you can
you know?
understand
So
how
that's
to
gonna make
mix
things more
how to
difficult.
A you want to be with less trial and error. And trial and error is what takes up a lot of time. And the name of the game is trying to be efficient. Because if I can make this retouching take 1 week as opposed to 2, well, not only will I do a better job because I'm spending less time on it and getting less frustrated with it, but it's better for me as a business person to be able to get this painting done quick. Also, my client wants the painting back. I don't want it sitting in my studio for weeks on end. In any event, you can see that just by retouching that area, which is probably 30 minutes worth of retouching, the sky really unified. Now, here on this figure, you can see all of those little dots are where the polyurethane pulled up the painting. And I'm going to try to retouch as many of those as I can to unify the figure without really overpainting the figure. So I'm going to have to leave some of them because if I try to retouch every single dot, I may as well start at the upper left corner and just repaint the entire painting. And that is totally not okay. So I'm just going along to try to get rid of these areas that flatten the space. And that's really one of the main reasons of retouching, is that when you see damage, it flattens the sense of depth and the sense of space that the artist has created, because they become superficial marks. You see them on the surface, and they flatten all of that depth that the artist has created. So we want to get rid of those so that you can start to see the whole, that is, see the forest, not just the trees. So again, just slowly working through, and when I find a color that works, I want to try to use it up on my brush in other areas that also can use it. I don't have to remix the same color too many times. And just kind of using my best judgment about which one of these things to retouch. This is a small painting. You saw it was probably like 18 by 14, give or take. And so it's probably viewed from about 2 feet away. And at 2 feet away, anything that I see that's particularly problematic or draws my attention away from the image would be a candidate for retouching. Now, I'm not going to look at this painting 6 inches away because then I'll see every possible little thing and I'll start to over-retouch. But I'm also not going to look at this painting from 20 feet away because at 20 feet away, I'm not going to see any of these little spots and I'm not going to do any retouching. So I generally let the painting dictate how much I retouch by its size or its subject. And this was a lot of retouching, and I was happy to be done. The next step, the final step, is the varnish. And I'm always excited to put the varnish on, but always still a little bit anxious because this is where any color matching that wasn't great becomes really evident. This varnish reveals all of those little mismatches. So I'm excited to see it all come together, but I'm also, fingers crossed, anxious that it does come back together. Now I applied this one by brush because it's a small painting, and I knew it would give good results. And I was very, very happy to see this painting complete. So you can see what was a painting that was totally covered in a thick coating of polyurethane. It not only obfuscated the real colors of the painting, but all the delicate brushwork and the impasto. That's all gone. All of those cracks that were present, probably the reason that it was glued to the plywood, those are gone too. The painting is stable now. None of that paint's going to flake off. And yes, there was a lot of retouching. But I think that after all of that retouching, the painting has come together and it's unified. And now we can look at the image that the artist created, as opposed to looking at it through that brown film or looking at it behind all of those cracks. I mentioned several times in this video that this was a really difficult project and that it was really frustrating. And it was, for a lot of reasons. I really wanted it to go easy, it didn't. I really wanted the painting to cooperate, kind of didn't. I was frustrated at all the losses, but it is what it is. And ultimately, when I look at where the painting started off and where it ended up, I think it's a great transformation, and I'm pretty sure my client's gonna love it. Anyhow, thanks for watching, and after that, I think I deserve some ice cream. Ooh. This video is brought to you by Squarespace. From websites and online stores to marketing tools and analytics, Squarespace is the #1 platform to build a beautiful online presence and run your business. So the title of this video is Big Isn't Better, It's Just Better. And that's a reference to a professor I had in college who talked about the scale of any piece of artwork heavily impact on how we view it. And not just literally how we look at it, but how we understand the piece. And so as you can see, this is a fairly large painting. Now it's certainly not the largest painting I've ever worked on, but it's the largest one I've ever made a video. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to show you guys how I handle a really large painting. Now, just like any other painting, this has its fair share of damage. It's quite dirty. There's a lot of old candle soot and smoke and old varnish on it. There's some splatter from painting, house painting on it. There are a couple of areas of damage, some punctures, a couple of tears, lots of indentations. There's some flaking along the edges and in isolated spots throughout the painting. And the paint layer itself is very heavily cracked. There are a lot of planar distortions. And so when you look at the painting, generally you're seeing the surface of it. The light catches all those cracks and it flattens the painting's depth. And so all of that is going to need to be addressed. And many of the techniques and approaches that I'm going to use in this video are some that many of you would be very familiar with if you've seen some of my other videos. There's not much different to what I'm going to be doing in this painting. But it's a really big painting, so it really is kind of different. And I wanted to take this opportunity to show you how I work on a painting that's, well, bigger than me. So obviously the first thing I need to do is take some time with this painting to understand the problems, the issues, and just kind of let myself absorb the image, the construction, and think about what I'm going to do to it. And that's just simply looking. The first step in the conservation of this painting is to clean it. And there are two stages in the cleaning process for this particular painting. The first is to remove the accumulated surface grime that is resting atop that old varnish layer. And the accumulated surface grime is just that. It's grime that is stuck to the surface of the painting. And that grime consists of dust, dirt, oils, smoke, candle smoke, fire smoke, soot smoke, and just other stuff that is stuck to the surface of the painting. And I need to remove this stuff before I can get access to the old varnish layer, because if I try to use the solvent mixture that I normally use to remove the varnish without removing all this surface grime, that solvent mixture isn't going to cut through this surface grime, and it's never really going to reach the varnish. And so I might find myself using more aggressive solvent mixture than is actually necessary, because I didn't remove the surface grime first. So by removing the surface grime, I can get access to the old varnish layer, and then you can start to see what the painting really should look like. And this painting is owned by a seminary in northern Wisconsin, and they've had it for 100 years or so. And this painting is from 1873, so it's a pretty old painting. And during the course of its life, it was in the building when there was a fire. Luckily, the painting wasn't damaged, but the smoke is all over the surface. In addition, it has been on display with candles lit in front of it for many years and in an open alcove area where the environment hasn't been very favorable to it. So there is a lot of surface grime, a lot of dirt just dumped on the surface. And of course, previously put natural resin varnish layer has deteriorated over time and really yellowed quite a bit. So as you can see, it's going to be a really different painting when I'm done with it. Now if you notice in the right hand corner of the screen, I put it at 10. And it's at 0 right now because I just started painting it. And I wanted to give you guys an idea of just how long it takes to work on painting at this scale. Now, I'm working extremely fast because I sped up the camera, but we're going to be coming upon an hour already. Now, I wish I could work this fast in real life, but unfortunately there's no way to speed up the process of painting. This is one of the most delicate parts of working on painting because it's a reductive process. And by that I mean, if you mess up when you're retouching, you can always wipe the retouching off. But if you mess up while cleaning, then you can't put that original paint back on. So it's really important to make sure that you are working in a controlled manner. And I like to work on various colors at one time. So I work on the pink of the cloak, or I work on the green of the fabric. And the reason that I work in controlled colors is because not all colors are as stable as others. And this has to do with the materials that the paint is made of, and how the artist mixed it, and how they applied it. And so while I'm cleaning the background here, where there's a lot of light, and it may be more stable, when I clean the face, I may have to use a different concentration of solvent or paste to remove the surface color. And so it's not as simple as making a big batch of cleaning solution and scrubbing the whole thing. I wish it was, it would make my life a lot easier. Perhaps if somebody invented the painting cleaner 1000 and you could just stick a painting in a big machine and press a button and come out looking sparkly brand new, that would be fantastic, but unfortunately that's just not the case. And so, as you can see, I'm working slowly, working around different shapes. But there's still a lot of brown left over. I mean, that background isn't fully clean yet. I'm always going to take a more conservative approach and cautious approach. And if I have to go back into the paint and work on it again, I can always do that. So it's always better to underpaint in your first shot and then go back and paint again, rather than try to scrub and scrub and scrub to get everything in the first shot. Because, like I said, if you go too far, you can put that back. And that's a really big problem. And so I mentioned different strength solvents and different strength cleaners. And this is a really good case of it. I'm using the same paste to remove the surface color, but I'm using a very mild solvent because this area of Jesus' face and his hair is much more glazing. And by that I mean that the artist thinned out the paint and put it on with less binders in it. And they thinned out the paint, they used probably a little oil, probably a little solvent, and they changed the ratio of binders to pigment in the paint. And whenever you reduce the concentration of binders, the paint just becomes a little bit more diffused. And that's just a term for vulnerable or susceptible to other solvents. It's like if you take some elements glue and you thin it out quite a bit. It's just not going to be as strong as if it was 100% concentrated. And so, because of that, I'm using a much more mild approach here because I don't really do anything much to it. And I always like to leave the eyes last, partially for effect, but also because this is the thing that everybody's going to be looking at. And the eyes are always a really important part of the painting. The artist takes a lot of care to paint them a certain way, to create an atmosphere, a feeling of the eyes. And for me as a observer, it's kind of a special moment to work on the eyes. You know, they say that the eyes are the window to the soul, etc., right? Whatever. But it's still always a special experience painting the eyes because it's a really intimate experience. You get this feeling that you're kind of knowing the painting a little bit more. You're seeing into the painting. And maybe the first time since it was painted. And so it's kind of special, and that's why I like to reserve it for the end. Now, you can see all those little black and brown dots. You don't have to deal with all of those later because apparently it's not just surface color. It doesn't come off very easily with the solvent or the paste. That is annoying, but I'll deal with that later. So now we are at 22 hours of cleaning, which sounds crazy, and I mean, it kind of is. but I'm not even done cleaning the painting yet. And you can see just how many swabs I have here. I mentioned all of those little black and brown dots. Well, that's paint. House paint or something like that that perhaps splattered on the painting and ruins painting or something. And so I have to go with my scalpel and scrape each and every one of that. Each and every little dot of paint has got to be manually scraped off. Not something that I'm excited about, but it is what it is. And this really is the most tedious part of the cleaning of this painting. But there's no easy way to do it, so I just have to be patient and let my work go. I mean, it is. I've been at this for what? 20 some odd hours? And you know what? For a painting of this scale and a conservation of this scope, it's going to take however long it takes. Now it's not going to hurry, and there's really no other option. But that doesn't mean that everything should take a long time. Like that website. But unless you're a professional website builder, you probably don't want to spend a lot of time building a website. And if you're an artist, your time is even more valuable and better spent in your studio creating your artwork. And so in the amount of time it's going to take to watch this entire video, you could head over to Squarespace and get a beautiful, modern, mobile-friendly website up and running and get your artwork out in front of the world's eyes. And then you can get back to your studio where, if I'm right, you probably spend enough time procrastinating as is. So next time you're having a creativity block, go over to squarespace.com for your free trial. And when you're ready to get that website launched, go to squarespace.com/Baumgartner for 10% off your first domain or website. Okay, it's settled then. You go start making that website, and I'll get back to you can start. Okay, back to the video. Now, it's taken about 30 or so hours to get to this point where all the surface line and varnish are removed, but there's still old retouching. Really, if you can call this retouching, like brown, green, blobby overpainting. And this is done in oil. There's no isolation or barrier or oil, so it's directly on the background. And over time, as this oil cross-links and oxidizes, it gets harder and harder to remove. So I have to use some pretty aggressive chemicals. And I'll apply them, remove them, apply them, remove them, until I've gotten as much as I safely can get off. And you can see that the damage is really minimal. I don't need all that overpainting. And now we've come to a point where I can start to address some of the structural issues this painting has. And what I need to do is gain access to the back of the painting. So I've pushed two of my tables together to give me an 8-foot by 8-foot platform onto which I can place the painting face down. And this now gives me access to the canvas and all of these patches that we use to address the holes and punctures. And of course, I'm going to be removing these patches and all of the adhesives that we use to adhere them to the canvas. And there are 3 or 4 patches, and each one uses a different set of materials. This one uses a gray canvas patch that's adhered with what I think is Elmer's or PVA white glue. And using a solvent, I can soften up that glue, and using a scalpel, I can start to remove it from the background of the canvas. And I may have to repeat this procedure several times to soften up all of the adhesive and remove it from the canvas. But once I get all of that off throughout the raw canvas, I can get a better idea of just how bad the damage to the original canvas is. And that is, you can see just how bad that tear was. And really, not that bad at all. Now this is my favorite type of patch because I can remove it with a stern look. And you can
Buy
see
my
that this
favorite
canvas is
paint.
totally
I
deteriorated.
love you.
Barely even moved
Bye.
into the original canvas. And the adhesive that is used, I mean, it's not really doing anything. Now instead of softening up this adhesive or reactivating it with moisture or solvent, I'm just going to scrape it off the surface. Because if I reactivate it, there's a pretty good chance that the canvas is going to absorb all of that adhesive, and then I'm going to have to extract it. So just scraping it off the surface does all that I need. And again, really a small tear that didn't need a big patch. And now if the last patch was my favorite type, this is easily my least favorite. And this batch consists of a thin piece of fabric sandwiched in between two pretty thick layers of white lead paint. And I don't like dealing with white lead paint because the dust is toxic, so I can't remove it dry. And there isn't any one solvent or chemical mixture that can quickly, safely soften it up to be removed. So I'll have to use a pretty aggressive chemical in multiple applications to soften up this layer. And so I'll scrape off this canvas, I'll apply another layer of the chemical, I'll let it sit, scrape again, lather, rinse, repeat. But because this white lead was applied directly to the canvas and really embedded into that canvas texture, it made it impossible for me to remove all of it. And that's unfortunate, but that's kind of the reality of dealing with this type of patch. So at a certain point, I'll have to call it quits because I don't want to damage the canvas anymore. But ultimately, I need to bring down as much of this white lead as possible. I need a smooth, even texture, and I want to reveal as much of the original canvas as I can so that I can repair it later on in a more effective, more delicate manner. And so you can see I've gotten almost all of it off, but that's about as much as I can do. So with all the patches removed, I can start to take the stretcher off of the canvas. And there are a bajillion little tacks, many of them rusted into place, but using a specialized tool, I can pull all of them out and start to separate the two. I want to take great care when I remove these tacks because I don't want to do any more damage to the tacking mesh. As you can see, there is a lot of damage already to it, and this lets me know that I'm going to have to reinforce this tacking mesh because I just don't trust that it's going to be able to carry the weight of this painting for and that'd be the last thing that I want. Spend all this time working on the painting, put it back on the stretcher, and then have the tacking mesh. So I'm going to remove the stretcher. I'm going to do so very slowly because there are always a few tacks that are hidden that you don't catch, or even just the canvas is stuck to the stretcher. And I want to make sure that when I remove the stretcher, I'm not pulling the canvas with it, and that the canvas doesn't end up on the floor, because that would be very bad. Now this stretcher is fine. It is in good condition, and it just needs to be cleaned. Now, behind the stretcher is a ton of debris, dust, dirt, all sorts of things. And I'm using a vacuum and a bristle brush to remove it. I'm not going to vacuum the canvas directly because I don't want to take the chance that the pressure is too strong and that it pinches or pulls that canvas. Now because this painting is removed from the stretcher, transporting it is going to be a little difficult. So I'm going to roll it onto a large diameter concrete forming tool. Pay attention everybody, really close here, because this is the only time you will ever see me on camera using staples. But look, they go in easily. I'm going to pull them out in a matter of minutes, and they get the job done. Now I'm going to roll the painting paint layer out because I don't want to take the chance that I compress any of that paint and cause flaking. And that is, if I rolled it with the paint in as it conformed around the shape of the tube, I would be compressing that paint, and whenever it's cracked, I could potentially cause flaking.
I'm tired of listening to that guy.
Hello and welcome to another episode of It's Time to Talk About Drake and the 99 Dragons. Okay, so about every decade or so, there's a piece of media that transcends itself. They transcend the normal critical eye whose only job is to judge something based on its abject quality. Sometimes there's media that transcends reality itself. Drake of the 99 Dragons is one such piece of media. Released in November 2003, Drake went unopposed in the video game industry with not much viable competition. I mean, unless you count things like, Grand Theft Auto 3, Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time, Beyond Good and Evil, Simpsons Hit and Run, Ratchet & Clank, Going Command, Silent Hill 3, Mario Kart, Double Dash, Final Fantasy X2, Manhunt, Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, and Max Payne 2. But, Aside from that, yeah, it was open season for Drake. In all seriousness, maybe due to this clearly sublime year in gaming, that the sullen-faced, expressionless, black-suited assassin never reached the heights he shouldn't have. But as the old saying goes, I'd rather something be a 0 than a 5, and Drake of the 99 Dragons is very much a 0. Therefore, to this day, this very cursed game is still talked about in muffled whispers or like soundproofed keyboards from all across the internet, some 17 years later, after its infamous debut. It's somewhat of a mysterious artifact within the industry, to be sure, but there was never a whole lot known about it or its developer, Idle Effects, for years. But information has recently come to light that can hopefully answer all the questions you may have. Things like what? And huh? And why? So, let's start off with what we know. Cold hard facts. Idle Effects was, heavy emphasis on the was, a Swedish development studio that put out a staggering 5 games in 2 years. The first being, Gast, which looks like this. Let me know in the comments if you've ever played whatever this is, which was then followed up by the one bright spot in their catalog, the surprisingly solid horror-based first-person shooter Nosferatu: The Wrath of Malachi, which actually literally released weeks before Drake did, and that's going to be important later. Now, Majesco is a publisher most of you should know. Well, some of you, I'm sure a select few are passingly familiar with their name. If you've seen these box arts before, then you've seen Majesco's logo. And if you've seen this box art before, you should know that they love to get involved with huge, embarrassing disasters.
Good job. Not much dribbling.
In fact, Advent Rising might even be intrinsically linked to Drake in a tenuous way. The scope, and by and large, the budget of this sci-fi flop was ever ballooning, so Majesco was quick to greenlight and release a bunch of product to hopefully fund this rising Advent, its forthcoming sequels, and its splendiferous $1 million cash prize. In the 2 years leading to its release, Majesco published some 39 titles, with Drake just being one of them. Now, before we dive in or spastically leap forward while waving our arms all around, did you know that Idle FX also had another game they developed and had released that same year, making it 3 in total? Yes, this was the well-known, nostalgia-inducing platforming gem that has been exhaustively covered on such channels as Antude and Some Call Me Johnny, Loophole, Strakami o Gräder Schuva. I was nervous about that. Yeah, if you're already a small developer and you somehow still scored out 3 games in one single year, it's probably safe to assume at least one of them got the short end of the programming stick. Guess which one that was. Now, there's some unverified reports that Drake of the 99 Dragons had a development time of 6 months as per their contract with Majesco, which would explain a lot. At the same time, though, if you think about it, this doesn't really make sense at all, because it's poorly designed, optimized, tested, and everything Drake is, 6 months still seems awfully short to put a full third-person shooter together in 2003 on 2 different SKUs. This is where one Andrew Baddow comes in. A plucky tester who worked at Majesco's New Jersey office, he has, in the subsequent years, opened up about his time working at the company, which includes having to test Drake of the 99 Dragons, like, for a job, for like 4 months straight. In an interview with Bad Game Hall of Fame, he disputes, dispels, and confirms the legends that have surrounded Drake for years, including that infamous 6-month dev time. Having spent 7 years as a QA tester myself, a lot of his account rings true with my own experiences. The information about the game being made in 6 months is false. I started at Majesco in June 2003, 5 months before the game's release, and it was already in beta, so I'd estimate the total dev time to be around 18 months. It seems like there might have been a language barrier, however, between the Swedish IdleFX dev team and the Majesco QA in New Jersey, because no matter how many times we submit a bug report, nothing ever got fixed. This actually jives with the timeline of the game's marketing as well, because in March of 2003, Majesco began showing a game simply called Drake, which looked about the same as the final product did. If we then apply simple math, that's 7 months in between when the game was first shown to media outlets versus when it was on store shelves. Now, in terms of the bug vetting process, only the most serious and obvious issues that the testing team ran into got any attention from IdleFX. It is safe to assume that the resources were stretched thin, since, they were working on 3 different games at the same time and all. Knowing that, you can imagine that suggestion bugs, or D-class issues, basically a QA tester finding that a particular aspect of the game could improve, were incredibly ignored. A lot of attention was directed towards suggesting simple solutions to improve level design and signposting, and possible ways to balance the game a bit. But the further along we went, the fewer suggestions there were, as we knew they would most likely be rejected or ignored. In the end, we had to focus on Drake's more glaring technical issues and abandon any hope of improving aesthetics and balancing. So, it's at this time when you must be thinking, why is this happening? Who's keeping this going? Why is Drake even being made? Well, for some reason, good old memorable Drake was actually being positioned to have a media empire built around him. This guy, this old character, built to last. The intent was that when Drake came out and knocked the collective socks off the entire gaming industry, a comic book would then be launched, a toy line, and possibly even a cartoon following that. Well, it's unknown exactly where this rather insane notion came from. Who chose him? You did. It's simple to imagine that since Drake leaned heavily on Max Payne as an influence, Swedish IdleFX thought they could duplicate neighboring Finnish developer Remedy's success, which, if you look at them side by side, is pretty overt. Andrew Batto confirmed that this enthusiasm for spinning Drake off into different mediums was something that a Majesco producer was pushing, and pushing hard, talking about how once it came out, Drake would be the next big thing. Throughout his misadventures working on it, Andrew also came to realize that IdleFX were incredibly protective and proud of their new blockbuster franchise in the making, which might have, definitely contributed to their stubbornness to listen to suggestions. Now, gameplay and bug testing aside, how could a property that has cutscenes like this
Nothing can stop me now.
ever hope to translate to comics or cartoons? Well, just as the programming design or animation was maligned, so too was Drake's narrative and voice acting, which, according to Andrew Batto, were never really improved, not much at all. As far as I remember, the cutscenes were there from the very start, even before the levels all connected, so we in QA assumed they were placeholders. Then came the day when we were supposed to get all final cutscenes. We gathered around our lead's machine, waiting to see how they looked, and they were all the same, but of nicer compression quality. It's starting to become increasingly clear that despite them working on multiple projects and there being lots of potential merchandising money on the table, IdleFX were increasingly ignorant of Drake's lack of quality and general polish. There seemed to be this perplexing, overwhelming sense of positivity of the game's chances when it hit the market. This is very much an Emperor's New Clothes style scenario, because one quick look at the credits of Drake reveals something very interesting. The game was mostly the brainchild of one person. Oh Lord, I gotta say this guy's name. Stefan Ljungqvist is listed as the game's co-director and main designer. But not only that, he worked on it as an artist as well. And not only, even more than that, was the game's sole writer. Yeah, while there certainly was a full team that worked on the game, Stefan here could be considered the Tommy Wiseau of Drake of the 99 Dragons. So, when you're focused on creating your work of art and not slapping together some Mickey Mouse shit, you might forget to implement certain basic tenets of game design. One of said things is a basic checkpoint system, because in Drake, there is none. You have one shot to complete each level within a certain time limit, but fortunately, most levels can be completed in only a couple of minutes, but less fortunately, some latter levels are a lot longer. If you die for any reason, and believe me, there's lots of reasons, you'll need to start all the way back at the beginning of said mission. That might be okay for a game in the 8 or 16-bit era, but remember, this is 2003. There's also a variety of gameplay features and moves the player can perform in Drake that they will most likely never perform in Drake. Much like in certain FPSs, there's an overpowered state that Drake can achieve, if he gets more health than the maximum limit. When he achieves this, he can then perform the game's most powerful move, Unleash the Dragon, which decimates all enemies on screen, as well as makes short work of most bosses. However, getting in any situation where you have an overflow of health is nigh impossible in Drake, as there is a constant barrage of small arms fire coming from all angles. This is another example of idle effects not bothering with any sort of balancing whatsoever. These features were implemented, yes, but not tuned correctly to benefit the player at regular intervals. This same mistake also makes the final boss of the game, a three-headed cel-shaded monstrosity, incredibly hard to overcome. Wonky hitboxes, being able to almost one-shot Drake with little warning, and also being incredibly drawn out, make this entire encounter, to put it lightly, 100% pure bull. It makes you
now I
question
know
why
what you're
even
listening to.
became
Yeah.
this
Zach
far in the
McMuscle's
first
new video
place.
on that
A
Drake
ludicrous,
game.
Yeah,
unbalanced final
like, I haven't
boss
heard of
must
this
be
before,
one of
but
the
I'm just
clearest
very amused.
indicators of either a rushed production schedule, simple ignorance, or in this case, a combination of both. The back of the box touts 25 exciting missions, but as I'm sure most people won't know because they most likely never saw beyond the first couple of levels, is that Drake and his 99 Dragons is incredibly brief, clocking in at around the 3-hour mark. There is also absolutely no incentive for the player to ever pick up the controller again, as there's no boss rush, multiplayer mode, challenge mode, cheat skins, or even a hentai CG shrine gallery to unlock once the game is over. Now, with all this knowledge in our brains, when Drake slovenly slow-mo jumped onto store shelves, it received reviews on the lower end of the scale. It was dragged through the mud. It was pegged as the worst game of the year and possibly of the generation. Then GameSpot's Alex Navarro, for example, claimed it was the second worst game of that year, lagging just behind Big Rigs Over the Road Racing, which, to be fair, is absolutely fair. Many others shared similar sentiments, and coupled with that glut of amazing titles released in 2003, helped highlight the literal thousands of shortcomings that Drake had. This then combined with paltry sales numbers that, are unknown to the general public unless you count VG Charts' numbers, which, of course, I don't. Majesco's big gamble certainly did not spin off into comics, toys, or anything really. It got a PC version the following March, which is, to its credit, greatly improved over the Xbox original. There were plans to port the game to the PS2, but that was cancelled because, of course it was. Idle FX were either closed down or absorbed into another Swedish company shortly after their
I
next
know it
and
because
last
it's a very
release.
stylistic game and
FBI
popular with
hostage
animation
rescue.
nerds.
Majesco lived on after Drake and Advent Rising, surprisingly, all the way until 2016, where they finally announced they had ceased all video game publishing.
Funny, it's like I've never heard of
Until
it
the following
before.
year, where they seemingly started back up again. They have since settled into a nice pattern, refusing to re-release Double Dragon Neon on modern systems. Please politely at them on Twitter about that. As for Drake and his 99 Dragons, well, in 2018, suddenly, for no discernible reason, it got an updated re-release on Steam that, like outlined before, is far more polished than the Xbox original. And it's like $7 if you are morbidly curious. Andrew Batto, for his part, went on to games of his own, being a lead on the recently released Mystic Bell, a charming platformer which was published by WayForward a few years ago, proving that at least someone walked away from those 99 dragons unscathed. Therefore, it's only fitting that it's with the words of Andrew, the guy in the trenches, that we'll leave on. Drake of the 99 Dragons was a spectacular train wreck from start to finish. We kept on waiting for that magic moment when everything starts coming together, but it never arrived. Meanwhile, the Idle FX guys were confident in their product, as appeared to be the marketing. I remember wondering, could it be that perhaps I was wrong and the game was actually okay? Maybe I was just too close to it, too familiar with its flaws to see it for the masterpiece it was. Nope, Drake was trash all along. So, thus closes this chapter on all our lives. This chapter of learning what the shit damn happened to this ungodly, unfinished abomination of absurdity. If you know of any other forms of media, video game, or movie that should be hoisted onto our stage, let me know in the comments below, or leap in, shooting guns akimbo at the Flophouse VIP Patreon to paint a target on your own personal nomination. See you next time, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, it's me, Matthew, and welcome to What Happened, all you Brink fans! Yeah, it's your time to shine. It's finally time to hoist this kind of well-known FPS on our stage of shame, where we'll be uncovering the dramatic shifts in development that befell this multiplayer single-player hybrid, the engine problems the studio faced, and the unforeseen acts of God or Bethesda that destroyed any chance of the game reaching its full potential. Oh, wait, none of those things really happened. Yeah, the tale of Brink doesn't have nearly the dramatics, sudden swerves, or awful decisions as a lot of games we've covered in the past, but whose only real sin was having sky-high expectations and an insurmountable amount of hype that couldn't possibly be delivered upon. So we'll need to travel back to our favorite time period in the video game industry, the one with the most studio closures, dramatically raised budgets, and razor-thin profit margins. This is 2007, and the HD era of gaming was kicking off, or kicking down, whatever. Splash Damage is a London-based developer that had a particular set of skills, and that was making multiplayer suites for already existing projects. We're talking Return to Castle Wolfenstein, then Wolfenstein Enemy Territory, and finally Doom 3. So yeah, they were obviously in software stands, something they didn't try to hide very much at all. Now, the thing about all these multiplayer modes is that they were all fantastic and basically kicked off the then newish practice of farming out your multiplayer mode to another developer, freeing up the original studio to focus on the campaign. An example being Grey Matter for Return to Castle Wolfenstein. But it was with 2007's Enemy Territory, Quake Wars, Splash Damage's first standalone release, where they really started to turn heads, despite the Quake franchise's wavering popularity with Quake 4. Quake Wars garnered fantastic reviews and even some awards, which was the poke in the bum for Bethesda to tap them for their first wholly original big-budget game. In fact, in 2008, both companies announced what was quoted as being a long-term partnership, with Brink being formally unveiled 12 months later. Pete Hines, the shredder to Todd Howard's Krang, was interviewed in the Bethesda Technodrome about how this deal came about. You can look at what Splash Damage is doing and say, by God, I think they can pull it off. We should be talking to them and working with them on this. And we are. If I didn't already write the script and know what was coming up, here is where I'd say, I hope everything goes okay. In the formal announcement, Brink was pegged as a spring 2010 release, with Bethesda fast becoming one of the biggest new third-party publishers with Fallouts and your Elder Scrolls combined with Splash Damage's pedigree. It was already being positioned as the next big FPS. It focused on the conflict between two warring factions, and a third, more mysterious one that was never really expanded upon, with its mandate being to blur the line between online and offline play, which at this point, with Call of Duty and its many imitators flooding the multiplayer space, was shooting for something different that people would hopefully take notice of. Along with all this building hype, Splash Damage also made an important hire, one Richard Ham, that some people might remember from our award-winning Bubsy 3D episode. I'm still proud of Bubsy 3D. At the time, the young kids in their 20s writing reviews for magazines didn't have any idea what it took to make games. To them, their responses were justified. To us, it was bullshit, and Bubsy deserved better. Today, things are even more cutthroat, so personally, I'm out. I'm done with that shit. So yeah, that quote was given after Richard Ham's creative director duties on Brink were done. And yes, he was a lead on Bubsy 3D, but he filled a similar role in the Siphon Filter games, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, and just prior to Brink, had a prominent role on Fable 2. So, you know, there's that. His curmudgeonness was probably due to some of the lukewarm reviews that Brink posted at launch, which were probably made more potent by not one but several delays the game suffered. The first being from that initial spring of 2010 to the following autumn. That's a product that we believe is a genre breaker. It's a real killer app. From a quality perspective, we're pitching that along the same lines as Fallout 3, which is how Bethesda's European marketing director decided to frame it.
Are they insane?
Now, while he clearly just says
Killer app.
quality, Brink is a very, very different beast from Fallout 3, even if you're just trying to compare their theoretical Metacritics, as Bethesda likes to do. So, up to that point, the house that Todd built were almost exclusively putting out big story-driven games, which gave the impression to some that Brink would follow suit. Also, hey, marketing directors, please don't use the terms killer app unless you're Tron, and certainly don't fucking say shite like genre breaker. Anyway, later that same balmy summer of 2010, word came down that the game would then slip to 2011 with no real reasoning coming from either Bethesda or Splash Damage, other than just simply confirming it. This would now place Brink 12 months after its initial target release date, further increasing the anticipation, which would surely be worth the wait. Now, because of the tone I just used in that sentence, yeah, that wasn't exactly true. Brink had several issues at launch, which isn't a surprise given all the new things it was attempting, but nonetheless, reviewers noticed them. Paul Wedgwood, Splash Damage's former CEO and founder, humbly explains where he believes they faltered. It was our first console game. There are a lot of things to take on. We ported id Tech 4 to PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, which it didn't exist on at all, with some help from id, of course. So we just bit off too much, really. We didn't test it thoroughly enough before the release, and there were 3 fundamental problems. It had some issues with lag on day 1 of the release. Then there were texture loading problems, and finally some AI problems as well. They were all sitting there in a day 1 patch, but we just couldn't get people to re-review it after the initial release. If we could delete those first 7 or 8 reviews, we'd be at 90 or something, but it was too late, so lesson learned. Yes, upon release, Brink did get some fairly average reviews from well-known publications, citing the problems above. What's more is that the game, from a narrative, character, and storyline perspective, was not exactly what some fans wanted, especially when coming from Bethesda. It didn't really put the characters front and center like, Bethesda's Rogue Warrior did.
What took you motherfuckers so long?
It also didn't really push the story into the spotlight, but focused on the moment-to-moment gameplay with narrative crumbs sprinkled throughout via dialogue rather than a glut of cutscenes. Nowadays, people are more accustomed to that style with things like, say, Destiny or Overwatch, but in 2011 it was jarring and made the game feel a bit lighter, with some feeling that it had a smaller scope because of it. Lead designer on Brink, Neil Alfonso, also gave his 2 cents on the game's reaction and legacy. People reacted differently to the way we approached our narrative. Some would say there's no story to speak of, which I would beg to differ with. But some loved the setting and the context we'd given the action. There's a lot there for people to read into, but we didn't spoon-feed it to people, which is maybe what some fans were looking for. When the game is viewed as a highly contextualized multiplayer experience, it does really well. But if you view it as a single-player cinematic experience, yeah, it doesn't really hold up. One of the other aspects that didn't really hold up was Brink's reliance on in-game dialogue to drive the narrative, which is a problem considering the many, many lines that got repeated too often. Now, when you're playing an isolated multiplayer mode in a game with a separate campaign, you might hear the same few lines of dialogue here and there. Things like, I need help, man down, flank him, and etc. But in Brink, well, you'd hear those the entire game. Brink's lead writer, Ed Stern, explains. Do not leave writing to the actors. Write up all the alternate lines no matter how stupid you feel. I felt really dumb writing a script that said, medic! Medic! Need a medic here! Need a medic! Really do need a medic! Medic here now, I need. I just really felt stupid doing that. So I thought we'd write some basic ones down and then get the actors to do their own variations. That was an absolute mistake. Stern also revealed that when they needed to start inserting said lines into the game, Splash Damage were scrambling to finish, and there weren't enough coders and testers to make sure all that repetitive dialogue wasn't too repetitive. In the end, though, he laments that the issue came down to him ultimately. That's my fault. That's nothing on the coding. I should have written more varied lines. The core game itself was a whole different story. While some felt it was exciting and a breath of fresh air, Brink's gameplay loop could have used more polish and focused testing about what worked and what needed more work. Paul Wedgwood again breaks it down. Brink tried to be something new and different in several areas, and in hindsight, we perhaps strayed away from convention a bit too much in some areas. Now, since you were always teamed with AI bots in single player, when objectives would dynamically appear, the bots would make their own decisions, as the player could not control them, directly or indirectly. This was necessary to get the bots to use the levels properly. Adjusting them dynamically created a rhythm that matched the multiplayer in a single-player game. But it kind of makes the AI seem stupid sometimes, because they won't just go for the objective as much as they can at the very beginning. The way the game worked, it sometimes meant the player could play poorly and win. Like, literally at some points, they could sit in the spawn area and their team would go on and win. Or you could kick absolute ass and still lose. The thing is, even with all these problems, Brink really didn't capture gamers' imaginations through the characters or the narrative, something most hero-based products do nowadays. Conversely, there was never much to do in the game once you hit the level cap, and there was only one significant DLC pack ever released, Agents of Change, but it released the same year as launch. Now, despite this drying up of support, with many players dropping Brink within months or even weeks, it was still a success for Bethesda and Splash Damage, even if it wasn't enough to spur a sequel. Paul Wedgworth commented on this. I was walking out on stage and signing autographs for thousands of people at a time. It was a crazy time, the weirdest experience. But it's bullshit. It's not you that's made the game, it's the team that's made the game. And it's the team that's responsible for the success of it. And Brink was a commercial success. It sold 2.5 million units. It generated over $100 million at retail. It was our 5th sequential #1, which wasn't bad, but it wasn't a critical success. We really missed the mark with the initial release, and that frustrated us a lot. Therefore, after Brink, Splash Damage immediately went back to providing multiplayer modes for other titles, such as Batman Arkham Origins, which I didn't even know had a multiplayer mode until I just said it. They then followed up with Dirty Bomb, another multiplayer-focused FPS, which was initially published by Nexon in 2015, but much like Brink, it failed to make any sort of impact. The 2019 player base about where you'd expect it. Nexon eventually threw the Dirty Bomb rights back at Splash Damage, but not before they were then wholly purchased by Lei Yu, the same Chinese company that owns Digital Extremes, in 2016. Along the way, Splash has contributed to the multiplayer modes of both Gears 4 and 5, and are currently plugging away at Gears Tactics, which I also just remembered is a product you may or may not be able to buy at some point in the future. Going back one final time to Brink, almost 7 years after its release, Bethesda announced it was going free to play. This is like finding out that, I don't know, Gladiator Sword of Vengeance got an HD remaster on Steam, which it did. So yes, Bethesda announcing for some reason that a 7-year-old game that has no microtransactions is now free, so they can't even make money on it. Who are you? What have you done to Bethesda? I mean, the original DLC pack still costs some money, yeah, but this is just, it's something. It occurred, I guess. In summation, much like games that we've covered before, such as Kingdoms of Amalur or L.A. Noire, there was no real fan backlash to Brink. It didn't receive terrible reviews, it sold well, and outside some aspects that needed more polish and maybe trying things that were a bit too ahead of their time, the game had no real debilitating problems or scandals. And like stated before, Splash Damage is still alive and well, which it's a nice change of pace for this show, because it's really rare that a developer that worked with Bethesda was able to pull themselves back from the brink of closure. If you want to throw another stinky suggestion into our squared circle, let me know in the comments below, or parkour your way to the Flophouse VIP Patreon to officially vote on our next subject. See you next time, and thanks for watching. Welcome to Wahapa, the show where we, you know the drill. We discuss and dissect video game disasters for your amusement and laughter. And when we talk about laughter, there is no better target for such derision than Todd Coward and his incredibly busted online burnt-out post-apocalyptic party van known as Fallout 76. But before we enter this new, barely functioning modern wasteland, let's rewind back to the classy, dignified time period of 1997. Fallout, a post-nuclear role-playing game, hit the PC, directed by two geniuses by the names of Fergus Urquhart and Tim Kaine, who sound like they wouldn't be out of place in the wasteland themselves. The game was a critical darling and a financial success, so Interplay quickly greenlit a sequel, Fallout 2, with directing duties now falling to Tim Kaine and Chris Avellone. While not a huge improvement over the first, Fallout 2 still focused on compelling gameplay, story, and writing, and while it was a little bit shakier on release in terms of bugs, it was still seen as a worthy successor to the first one. Then Bethesda happened. Well, okay, not quite yet, yeah. There were some other random releases and some cancelled spin-offs, IP rights being disputed, but, you know, for our story, we're just gonna slip back into our vault and wait a few more years for all this to blow over. Ten years later, in 2008, Bethesda Game Studios released Fallout 3. They had purchased the rights from Interplay, and as was the style at the time, brought back an old PC franchise by making it into a shiny console FPS. Now, let's get this out of the way. Fallout 3 had some problems. No one is denying that, and by the same token, no one's denying what a success it was commercially. It is literally the game that pushed Bethesda over the top to be the entity it is today. Now, it can't be overlooked that Oblivion had its part in doing that 2 years earlier, But this is like the double punch of id, releasing Wolfenstein, followed up by Doom, which Bethesda now own. Anyway, I think if you'd ask any rando, what did Bethesda release before Fallout and Oblivion? They'd go, So what did they publish in the years prior to their breakout success? A Wayne Gretzky game, bad Terminator games, bad Star Trek games, bad Pirates of the Caribbean games, bad IHRA Professional Dread. So yeah, big RPGs that are primarily played from the first person is their bread and butter. It's pretty much the only thing they do. So why is it that in 2018 they made one of the worst first-person RPGs, being a bit generous, one of the worst MMOs? No, not that either. I don't know what this game is. So let's just ask the question, what happened? E3 2018. Todd Howard confidently strides on stage, letting the world know that he'll defeat Jiren no problem. Bethesda had a pretty cool conference. They showed lots of new things coming out soon, later, and much later. When they got to Fallout 76, though, there were some questions like, what the hell is this thing? Is it multiplayer? An MMO? Wait, is it a sequel or a spin-off? Now, listen, just ask companies like Nintendo. Messaging is important. If you can't clearly explain to people what your product is, then the product will confuse and anger them. Bethesda man Pete Hines did several interviews around this time that shed absolutely zero light on what they were going for with this new venture. This is not an MMO, and this is not a battle royale, he said. It's supposed to feel like they just left the vault. Okay. It is important to note that this is not just a full PvP game, he said, where you get in the world and everyone shoots everyone. It's more like a challenge to another player. What does that mean? Fallout 76, at its core, is an online-only open-world survival game. That's pretty much the simplest way to break it down. It's not an RPG, as there is no real quest lines or NPCs or anything approaching a meaningful story. You just kind of wander around a giant map while everything sort of breaks around you. Spinning this off from what was almost exclusively a single-player only, dialogue-heavy series seems a bit ill-advised. Now, Fallout Shelter? That made sense for mobile and was well received because their message and the reason for the existence of the game was fairly obvious. What Fallout 76 was, or is not obvious. A mix of an MMO, survival with kind of single-player elements, and it's only online. You need to be sure of how you're going to balance all that. Pete Hines isn't sure. Only a few months before the game had its first beta, he pontificated, one of the things the team is still working on is how to balance, allowing players to play the game how they want to, but also delivering the sense of trepidation when they see another player show up on the horizon. We're still trying to figure out how to make it feel like there is some tension. Doesn't that seem like the first thing you should have figured out? The point of the game? The experience of meeting other players online? That's what all this is about, yeah? After E3, the nervous, sweaty shaking most Fallout fans had suffered through was finally subsided, only for them shakes to come roaring back with slimy enthusiasm. In October, 1 month before the game comes out, and days before the beta, Bethesda warned players that 76's launch should be considered a starting line and not the finished game. Spectacular bugs and issues are to be expected. That's like a dentist being really upfront with you when you make an appointment with them. You're on the phone and they just go, yeah, Wednesday at 9 a.m. Expect spectacular pain and misery. Bethesda Game Studios, the actual development team, as of this year is composed of 400 employees. And ZeniMax, their parent company, owns several other developers that could all do contract work. If you have all these resources at your disposal, and a game is still not ready. Why not delay it if you yourselves are expecting it to be a bad time? You are Bethesda. You can take a few hits, like not releasing something in an already packed holiday calendar. But when you take a calculated risk and assume your fans will simply bite their lips and endure it, I imagine that decision becomes easier to make. However, Fallout fans simply didn't just endure it with minimal complaint. They made their voices known. Hang on to your canvas bags, people. You've only just started.
Big waste of time as far as I'm concerned. What a bunch of garbage.
The first Fallout 76 beta came out 3 weeks before the full release. Now, while that might make sense for fine-tuning the online play of an upcoming fighting game, it's a bit worrying for a massive PvP MMO open world thing that's expected to sell in the millions. It's going to get its first stress test less than a month before launch. Hilariously, the first problems arose before anyone could even boot it up. The beta ran into an issue where many players had to download the whole thing twice due to errors with the Bethesda launcher. And since the beta period only lasted 4 hours, this caused many players to not be able to play in time, as they had to re-download all 50 gigs. Once it was over and players let their displeasure be known, Bethesda reopened it for a few additional hours for those that missed out. Also, of course, the actual experience was a massive garbo fire. Poor performance, crashes, and everything you'd expect from a Bethesda Studios product. But, that's the point of a beta. Still though, this was boding bad for 76 in general, especially since during this time they released an emergency patch that totaled 30 gigs, which boded even badder. The game launched officially on November 14th, and it's rough.
I think I was pretty cool.
It had a myriad of issues that are too numerous to count here, but here's one of them. But hey, lots of major games get released with bugs, and lots of them get day one patches. So, Fallout 76 decided to one-up them all by having a day one patch that was 54 gigs, bigger than the main game. This patch could not be preloaded, so even if you did preload the main game, whoa, hold your brahmins there, little Maddie. You're not ready for Fallout yet. So just take a breather, wait for that big old patch to download, and think about all the mistakes you've made in life. Now, let's get physical. The $200 Power Armor Edition. To start off with, not only were the in-game items included in this special bundle deemed unbalanced by most players, there were a few other bag gates. Now, I'm no expert on bags, or like the baggy lifestyle. I have this Zelda bag over here and this Puma one, and they carry my shit good, and that's all I know. However, the Power Armor Edition of the Soldier 76 was advertised as including a canvas bag, which, through my research, is widely recognized as a good type of bag. People love this bag. So, for whatever reason, without telling anyone, Bethesda made a switch to a cheaper nylon-based affair, which is apparently a worse bag. Now, the only thing I know about nylons is that girls do something with them. Regardless, it was clear that Bethesda hoped no one would notice, which they did. And once they started noticing hard and loud, Bethesda offered 500 atoms of in-game currency to compensate for the shitty bag they lied about. Just so it's clear, 500 atoms is not enough to even buy a bag in-game, which is all sorts of funny. So, naturally, when people complained about that, Bethesda finally offered an explanation for all of this by stating, unfortunately, due to the unavailability of materials, we had to switch to a nylon carrying case in the Fallout 76 Power Armor Edition. We hope this doesn't prevent anyone from enjoying what we feel is one of our best collector's editions ever. That seemed to be the end of it, until like a day later, on December 3rd, where Bethesda's arm was twisted just enough to offer a replacement of the nylon bags for canvas if there were any fans who still cared. You know, it's unfortunate the materials used to make those canvas bags were not available at launch because they seemed really. Oh, wait, that's a lie. Certain influencers, the smelly term for people who make stuff on Twitch and YouTube, were given super high quality Fallout branded knapsacks made out of the canvas material. These were primarily handed out at various launch events that were invite only. So, yeah, fans cared that certain people got the canvas based goodies, but you know, not the people that paid $200. Now, if you wanted a replacement bag, all you had to do was submit a ticket with all your pertinent information on the Bethesda Help Desk before January 19th, 2019. A replacement bag will be sent to you. Hooray! Oh no! Once you submitted a ticket, you would be exposed to the personal info of hundreds of other fans due to a bug with the ticketing system. You can't make this stuff up. Now, given the obvious urgent nature of this problem, the bug was fixed very quickly. But again, much like everything with Fallout 76, was hilarious. Fixing a huge PR problem with a bigger one. Even in real life, Bethesda stuff is still buggy. So, you know, for Fallout 76, I think that about sums it up. No, fuck that. Let's keep going. Let's talk about nukes. 76's method of triggering raids, guess what? Had a series of its own unique problems that I think maybe, if the game had been tested a bit more, would have been found early on. Anyway, for those that don't understand how nukes work, you have to find a certain number of randomly generated codes in the game world and decipher them to launch a nuke. It takes a bit of doing. However, a savvy secret cabal of players wanted to perform an experiment. If they simply amassed a bunch of codes, which is fairly straightforward as it just requires a lot of playtime for one person, could they launch multiple nukes at once? Well, if they coordinated and searched for all the code bits at the same time, they could gather as many as they needed very quickly. They then fed the codes into a third-party website or deciphering program, and voila! Enough viable codes to launch 3 nukes at once. Fortunately, though, when all 3 nukes hit, the game world did shake a bit, but it was mostly stable. I can't even say that with a straight face. Complete server crash. Not only that, nukes could be assigned to detonate in Morgantown, the starting area of the game that's mostly populated by new, naive players completely oblivious that are big old fat boys looking to land on their peaceful community. Now, when nukes land, they spawn super high-level enemies that you're supposed to team up with higher-level players to take on. But the poor, under-equipped denizens of Morgantown suffered many losses. Godspeed, you plucky heroes. So, things weren't going super well for the launch of Bethesda's new online survival MMO thing. But hey, that's what patches are for. The first post-launch patch weighed in at a whopping 47 gigs on Xbox and around 15 on PC. This, of course, isn't accounting for that day one patch mentioned earlier, mind you, so if you are a console gamer, you've had to install and or download 146 gigs of Fallout 76 since it launched. Bethesda apologized for the size of this patch, and said while future patches will vary in size, they don't expect any of those will be close to this big bitch. They also promised to be more transparent going forward, and will let the community know through detailed notes and updates of which areas of the game are being worked on. Eventually, on December 4th, right around the time of Baggate, another patch goes out that's simply not detailed enough and fails to mention certain stealth changes like nerfs to resource farming at camps and fusion cores for power armor now not lasting as long as they did pre-patch. This understandably pissed off the fanbase that was already pretty pissed off, so community managers apologized for the murky communication and promised more clarity in the future. Finally, one more patch of note went out that added push to talk and other fixes, but Bethesda again got into hot and radiated water in regards to a change it was making to the Feed the People public event, a scenario which rewards all players on the server with a hearty can of meat stew. The change was treated as a bug fix, even though no one ever complained about it or thought it was even a bug to begin with. Fixed an issue in which completing the Feed the People event quest granted canned meat stew to all players on the server rather than only the quest participants. Fans all over the subreddit and other forums complained about this because everyone was under the impression that's just how the quest worked, a nice extra for everyone currently on the server. Fans have campaigned for this to get put back into the game, and as of this writing, Bethesda has not replied. And you just think, after what everyone has been through with fucking super demons running around in nuked starting areas, chasing players who are still tagless, and hoping their private information wasn't stolen, while others are still downloading gig 87 of 146, and everyone just being so very tired, hungry, and stressed that they could just unwind, sit in a stained, broken armchair in the middle of nowhere, and just enjoy their free, goddamned canned meat stew that they can no longer get. As of this video, Fallout 76 hasn't had any new controversies, but more are sure to come. Well, the game is indeed some sort of spin-off, and Bethesda probably means to put out a more traditional entry in the series in the future. People are already capitalizing on 76's critical failure and the ill will of the fan base. At the Dorito Pope ceremonies, The Outer Worlds was announced, proudly touting that the original minds behind Fallout are firmly in the driver's seat and promises what Fallout fans actually want. A solid, well-written, single-player RPG that challenges, delights, and entertains. Not this.
Morty, how you liking this sponsored content, huh? Yeah, this is pretty good. I think this is as good as it gets, top notch.
Even all the mistakes and mismanagement we've outlined, 76 still managed to successfully crack the top 10 selling games of November 2019,
Semi-done.
settling in at a comfortable number 4. However, this
Okay. Alright, I think I'm gonna stop the stream. I've been going for a long time. Thanks everybody for following me, and I appreciate the support.